Test. All right.
Todd's about to speak. Yeah, Todd's about to speak.
Two peas in a pod. Two peas in a pod. My heart is breaking, my soul is shaking, yeah. All right. I got a picture this morning from Willow Love and Lucy, who I arranged to sleep in the same bed to help a sister out. And they sent me a video that lasted 1 minute and 11 seconds. It was beautiful. They're going to recreate it here in a minute. And I said, that was 1 minute and 11 seconds. And they said, we're in room 111. You cannot make this shift up. None of this makes any sense. None of it makes any sense at all. Huh?
Your hands make it go back.
Oh, it is? Okay.
The wind's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. It's not about numbers in the physical. It's about the energy that each one of us carries. It is the freaking truth. It is the truth. And I am soul, you were soul, and soul is the mother goddess. And that's the truth. We all come from the same place. We all know that we've shared this human experience, and it's not been easy, but we're on the other side now. So we know what it's like to stay in our own lane. We know what it's like to handle our own stuff, and like my beautiful sister Serena says, clean up your side of the street, right? I mean, we don't even have to do that anymore because we're making this happen. I'm in tears for the last 2 hours. I have no idea what the hell's going on. There's these people from all over the world. A man came from Switzerland. Can you imagine? He came from Switzerland. The French smoker, Daniel. You might have seen him on the show before. So we're gonna just open up with a little music, and then we're gonna bring Dr. Joe in, and we're gonna have him come up here, do a little more music, and then Kristen Bambaset's going to come in, and then we'll do a little more music, and then we'll start inviting people up here. We are going to have Willow and Lucy come up here and do Freedom, Freedom. And if you haven't seen eccentric, eclectic, crazy, wild, strange, and in some cases frightening, you will see it tonight. No question about it. Yeah. Music. Yeah. Okay. Let's give a big round of applause to Ty Hudnall. Solargy would not be what it's been for the last 3 years if it were not for him. He was the real reason we had the first Solargy Fest in Sedona in 2021. And he's been creating the energetic landscape that we create from, right? Yeah. Normally I start to read words and then I'll just start freestyling from there, but I think we'll just make it up as we go, right? I have no idea what we're doing here. I have no idea what we've been doing since 2012, and for some of us before, and some of us, it's still happening. This is a crazy ride. We've been tested. We've been asked to let go of things over and over and over again. Every belief system, what we thought was a home, what we thought was a relationship, what we thought was the truth, what we thought was righteous and ethical and moral, everything has been taken from us until there's nothing left but us. And that is it. That is the way it works. Even if we have guides like our beloved sister Susan Bornston, who her father comes in every day and talks to her, even if with me, and I have the 13 grandmothers come in and talk to me, and they say something to me, and I bow up and I say, wait a minute, I'm going to ask some questions. I'm going to challenge you on that, because I am a sovereign soul, even as I stand in front of the universe. I am soul. I am this universe, and that is the truth. I'm ready to go whenever they want to go. But they keep telling me we have to stay here longer. And the reason we have to stay here longer, because it is the Jubilee. This is the Jubilee. This is where everything that we've ever done makes sense. And let me ask you, every one of you, every single one of you, including my boy, Yeti. Yeti's my boy. But we've all followed this crazy guidance. We've been told we were crazy. We've been told we were nuts. And then we found this place, this incredible space that has no doctrine. It has no dogma. It's a place where Susan Bornstein can color her hair pink and purple and come out and talk about the travels that her and her siblings and her mother and father took for many, many years into spaceships and councils and not feel weird and strange. We can talk about the French smoker, Daniel, who came onto this show and he told people about the deepest, darkest, most decrepit feelings and thoughts that he had due to his own sexual distortion, and he shared that with everybody. That's a man. We can talk about Margie, you know. She came on and blew our mind and talked about how she ran a wonderful place of rehabilitation and recognition as men would come into this place, this establishment, and she would tell those that worked with her what they were doing from an energetic level. You know, there is no immoral. Doesn't mean we can go out and do stuff that hurts other people. We're not going to hurt other people, but we've done nothing wrong here. There's nothing wrong about what we've done. Everything we do is in light of the experience of the soul and the universe expanding that can only happen through the physical incarnation, the boots on the ground. See, when I talk to the 13 grandmothers or I talk to the godfathers of the earth, I know one thing, that you and I are the boots on the ground, and we have a voice, and nobody, no one, no aspect of us can tell us anything while we're here. They can guide us, they can suggest things, and sometimes they kick our ass, and sometimes they, lift us up. But the bottom line is, we're the boots on the ground here. We're providing code for this universe by the choices that we make in each and every moment. They're learning from us as they prepared us, and we learned from them to get to this point. We're on the other side now. This is the Jubilee. This is what they talk about, the 1,000 years of peace, the 2,000 years of peace. We are the uniters of the galactic, the elemental, the angelic, and all of that stuff. Every bit of it is you and me. It's us. Every bit of it. So I know it's unconventional. I go onto YouTube and these other platforms, and I see these conferences and events, and I praise them and I hold them in the highest reverence. But something's always missing for me, and that's all of us. I want to hear Kristen Van Bassett trans channel for the first time ever on our show. She was shaking. She was crying, right? How do you replace that? How do you do that, right? I mean, I met this woman here, Lucy, out at Enchanted Rock. We spent a day together. I don't even know her. She just wanted to come on with me and Ty and do some rap. And I'm like, Ty, do you know her? He was like, no. She just sent me a message. She wanted to do a rap. So she came on the show. We ended up meeting in Enchanted Rock. We walk up this mountain. It was holy. And I said, I need a hat. And we walked into a cave and there was a freaking hat, right? And she's just like, put your hat on, you know? This is what it's about. Everything that we have in common that we have not allowed ourselves to accept in ourselves and each other is the real deal. It's not about the bank account or the houses or the position. I'm a man here after the end of 11 years, and I got nothing left. I got nothing left. And what should be the culmination of 11 years, a beautiful number, Solargy, this should be, by conventional wisdom, 5,000 people, right? 16 stages, but it's not. And I recognize the value of the intimacy of what this offers. And I'm proud to be a part of this, and I hope I can carry on. But I know one thing, it's not going to happen unless everybody kicks in and everybody has done that. And I can feel it. And it may not seem that way in the physical, but in terms of the Solargy Network, in terms of a Solargy Fest, in terms of any Solargy Fest gathering or anything like this, it's about all of us. Everybody has an equal piece, and everybody comes to the table and shares what they have. And that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And don't think for 1 second that because the numbers are low in terms of, you know, what we've been told, that the impact is. It's a paradox. What you think is small is huge. And we're small in the world's eyes, but we're huge in the universe's eyes. And that is a fact. So if we can have just a little music, and then we're going to hand this over to Dr. Joe. It's easier to speak when there's music. That was a nervous laugh, thank you. Okay, how do you even try to carry any kind of melody when you're got snot running out of your nose? This is what it's all about. Let's just be real with each other. You know what I mean? I like to write music. That's how Solargy started. I was homeless on the streets for 2 years, and I had a flip phone I got from McDonald's for $7, and I just started writing stuff and sending it up to a Solargy group. And so it just continued. And all these people come, you know? All these people start making their own videos and their own shows and their own groups and their own posts, and they start to be themselves and be transparent. And it's been an incredible thing, and I would put it up against anything I've ever seen in this world. And I'm so honored to be a part of it. Okay, let me find the right one. Okay, I got it. So this one's about the sacred union within us. And it speaks both to the internal experience but also the external experience, all at the same time. Have you noticed that when you shift internally, that things immediately shift around you? You don't have to talk about it. You can see it, you can feel it. It's soulgasmic, which is really nice, right? You feel it all up and down your chakra channel. You don't know what's going on. I don't know where this thing is going, but if we keep going with this feeling, I think we're gonna be all right. So when I refer to the feminine, to the masculine, I'm referring to each and every one of us. Our physical gender has nothing to do with the I am soul, other than to be a way for us to understand the two sides of us. So you could say that I'm singing this to myself, and I'm singing it to you. Queen presence. Proving love's a dead end to discovering. Life's the gift we're seeking. Living's mother goddess's treasure. What's your pleasure? Have you ever seen a golden heart? Have you ever seen your eyes in hers? Have you ever strummed a golden harp? Have you ever felt the universe with your fingertips? Queen, bless me with your presence. Moving heart space to the other side of truth. Life's the shift we're seeking. Holy Father, highest measures, what's your pleasure? Have you ever seen a golden heart? Have you ever seen your eyes in hers? Have you ever strummed a golden harp? Have you ever felt the universe with your fingertips? Queen, bless me with your presence. Doing's being, loving's living, see it. Life's the lift we're keeping. Golden child's an unknown adventure. What's your pleasure? Have you ever seen a golden heart? Have you ever seen your eyes in hers? Have you ever strummed a golden harp? Have you ever felt the universe with your fingertips? Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for coming to Houston, Texas 2023, December 8th, 9th, and 10th. I'm looking forward to the next 3 days. I'm sure I'm going to cry a lot and there'll be a lot more snot coming out of my nose. But having said that, it's a great segue. I'd like to bring Dr. Joe Delaney up here from Liverpool, England. He's a phenomenal man and a phenomenal soul. And I'm sure we'll see him in a few different outfits before the weekend's over. I think you got to stay behind these.
Okay. Todd, thanks very much, mate, and thanks for everything that you do. Nice to see everybody. Ty, thank you very much. Serena, thanks very much. But the biggest thank you of all at the moment is to Kate Lumley, who's looking after me like a king. Absolutely brilliant. And if you don't know Kate, she's around the corner with all those tents and stuff like that, you know. So what I'm going to do today is just explain who I am, why I'm here, why I've got myself into this mess, you know, and how I'm trying to extract myself from it, really. But I've called today a moment out of time, because I think really what we're all aiming to do really is let go of everything and just being guided by something deep within us. You know, that's the way I feel it. And I think the force, if you like, or this guidance that we are inspired by and moved by is beyond words, and it's beyond images, and it's beyond memory as well. I've got no idea why I'm saying this. I'm just going with it, really, you know. But a moment out of time, you'll see here that I've got all these qualifications, and I'm going to keep this up for a while because it makes me feel good, you know what I mean? But I've got a PhD in medicine, so I'm not a prescribing doctor, but I'm a research doctor. But principally, I'm a neuroscientist. And my area of so-called expertise is how the brain and the heart and the mind and the body communicate with one another. And I think for various reasons, there's a lot of disconnection that's taken place over time. And I think, you know, they call about the illusion of separation. And I think that's what it is. More and more people are beginning to realize that everything's connected. You know, so how we think will impact upon the way our body works, but how our body works also impacts upon the way we think as well. And more than anything else is, and I'll talk about it, is when I was doing my PhD, I realized just how important the way we breathe is. You know, and apparently Buddha, or Buddha, as it's said in America, Buddha, right? His student asked him, Bud, you know, because they were good friends, he said, hey, Bud, he said, is there any sort of fast track to enlightenment? And Buddha's answer was, yes, just become aware of your breathing, you know. And that's what I'm going to try and show you. I'm going to try and explain how our breathing is intimately and intricately connected with the way that our heart works. And how our heart works, how our breathing is intimately and intricately connected with the way. Thank you, God. And, or thank you, Todd, you know, but for the grace of Todd, go I. But how our breathing is intimately connected with the way our heart works. But how our heart works, it's how it's intimately connected with the way that we think. And generally speaking, what happens is, when we go and see a therapist or somebody who's trying to help us out of depression and such, they try and give us a new way of thinking to overcome the way that we feel. When in actual fact, if we can change our feelings, we can actually change the way our brain works. So that's what this is going to be about. But I'll just tell you a little story about my journey. Oh, by the way, it's about this thing as well. Just bear with me while I... It's about this as well, really, is I came across this symbol. This is the symbol for medicine. And basically, lots of people don't know this, but most medics don't know that what this symbol is about. It's called the caduceus. And the intertwined serpents, right, to me, they represent the yin and the yang, or the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous systems. And really, what actually happens is, as we come in at the bottom end here, if we get it right, then we ascend straight up this middle channel. But in actual fact, nobody's got it perfectly. So what we need to do is, we need to try and understand where the obstructions are, and we need to take actions to recorrect the obstruction. So I will explain this in pictures in a minute, just to help out. So more than anything else this is why I got into this. I became very, very unwell. I was, after years and years of stress and anxiety and depression and panic attacks, I took to drinking, because drinking sort of normalized me for a second. For many, many years, I was able to drink a certain amount of alcohol, which allowed me to carry on with work, carry on with the money to pay the bills, to pay the mortgage and stuff like that. But as the stress and the anxiety and the depression and the panic attacks got worse, I needed more and more drink. And over time, I needed enough drink just to try and get me out of the house, you know. But then when it got really bad, I couldn't get out of the house. I was filled with paranoia. I would wake up, I didn't have the strength to get out of bed. And that's when things started to really go badly, you know. I became addicted to alcohol. And when the alcohol wasn't enough, I started to take all sorts of other chemical substances as well then. And for years and years and years, I managed to sort of survive just about. But then came a point when I just couldn't carry on any longer. Hello. Oh. Yeah, so, and then what happened is, I lost my wife and kids. I lost my job. I lost my license, my driving license. I lost my liberty. And in the end, I lost my home, and I ended up being homeless. and sleeping on a park bench, you know. And I didn't expect these things to happen to me because I had completely different ideas of how my life should be. And it's almost like seems it was set up, because in the end I made 3 serious attempts to take my own life, and even that didn't work, so I was a failure and everything, you know what I mean? But on the last attempt, I hope it's the last attempt anyway, on the last attempt to kill myself, right, what happened was, it's almost like this peace that passeth all understanding descended upon me. And I never felt so peaceful in all my life. And during this peaceful time, it's almost like I understood for a moment how everything worked. I even was given a sort of a cipher, if you like, on how the universe functioned and how it was constructed and stuff. But the feeling I got in this process was, I got a feeling that I was turned around and I was kicked up the bottom, and something sort of suggested to me, stick close to us, son, and we'll show you the best way to go forward here. Now that was nearly 33 years ago. And what I do every morning is, I wake up, I tap on my heart, I feel the connection, and then I just try and get guided by this connection. And I only live one day at a time, because I do my best every single day. But at the end of the day, I clean the sheet, I wake up the next day, and I just try and make the best of all the resources available to me. And it's been successful because my life's transformed. I got my wife and kids back, you know. I got my job back, right? I came back to the hospital in a different way, and the funny story was, I went back to the hospital as a senior research fellow in medicine, and people who'd known me beforehand when I worked in the laboratories, they thought I'd sneaked back in, right? And the security guard stopped me in the hospital to say, "Excuse me, sir, can you show me some ID, please?" And I showed him the ID, which said Dr. Delaney, senior research fellow, and he said, "Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir." Anyway, the information got back to the staff then, right? And I was able to carry on. Anyway, I digress. So this is what I'm about, really. I'm a sort of a health professional who's been through the process, and I sort of feel it's my job or my mission or whatever to try and just explain to other people the process that I've gone through. And maybe just by sharing that information honestly, it seems to help other people as well. But I've also developed some techniques over time that I feel can help people to cut through a lot of nonsense and just listen to what their heart's trying to sell them, really. So that's where I'm up to. And most people, many people now, especially in these really difficult times, are suffering from burnout. But then if they don't change their ways, for want of a better way of saying it, and start to be guided by something deeper in them, then they'll carry on in the same old cycle, right? And they'll end up unwell, you know. So my job is sort of to explain and to show them stuff, how to come away from unwell, back through the burnout stage, into coping and back to a reasonably healthy balance. So that's what I'm up to, really. And they also call me Dr. Lightheart, even though you can't imagine that because I look so miserable, don't I, right? But no. But my thing is cultivating an inner smile, because I honestly believe that if you implant a little chuckle in there, it can just dispel all the nonsense that's going on in the world straight away, really. So it's to almost expand the chuckle and take no nonsense of all the shit that's going on. Oh, sorry, I've used a technical word there, sorry. But that's where I'm up to, really. So this is just to show off a bit, but during the course of my PhD, and I try and lead with neuroscience because it seems to give some sort of credibility and a bit more depth and weight. And most people seem to find that a bit easier to sort of get hold of. But what I found out was that when you look at somebody's heartbeat from one beat to the next, you can really gauge how their heart's working and whether it's working in a coherent way or whether it's disjointed and chaotic. So I found out that these little humps represent the amount of heart power or flexibility. And so at 12 breaths per minute, you can see that there's a small hump there. If you slow your breathing down to 9 breaths per minute, it actually increases. This is called heart rate variability. But the miracle happens, and this is when the yin and the yang, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous systems, the masculine and feminine components, call it what you like, but those two polarities at 6 breaths per minute, they start to work together with one another. And in that process, at 6 breaths per minute, it's sort of, you sort of get into what's called the 0 point, or a neutral space. And my understanding is, the longer that you're in that 0 point, the more inspiration and guidance comes to us. And so that's why Buddha said, just become aware of your breathing. Because if you're feeling emotionally disturbed, you can use positive emotion and breathing just to get you back into a sort of a balance point where you then can ask for more inspiration and guidance. And so that's what that is. And there's the science of it, really. And I became world famous when I did this. That's the Physiological Society, you know. I just say that again. I became world famous when I did this. But it took me, and it led me back to a book that was published in 1908 by Yogi Rama Shiraka, really, and it's called The Science of Breath. And it's absolutely fascinating, really. It's so well written and such an easy read, but it contains so much wisdom, so much knowledge. But what I found out, you can have all the knowledge in the world, you can be very intellectual, but unless you actually put it into practice, nothing seems to work, you know what I mean? So more than anything else is, the real, in my view, right, and I could always be wrong because I'm always learning, but in my view, I think that the real work happens here, in this 3D world here. This is where it happens. It happens through this human body. So it's almost like we get inspired, and then we've almost like got to bring it down to earth. And I think that's the way forward. And for a long time, I had my head in the clouds and my feet firmly planted in the clouds as well. I was so far removed from reality. But over time, I've been helped to put my feet firmly back on the ground, really. So I've gone through that whole process of thinking I was the second coming himself and all that sort of business, you know. But that's what Yogi Rama Shiraka was saying. He says, just become aware of your breathing. And then I was introduced to these things here. The 7 major spinal chakras. I didn't have a clue, you see, because I've been brought up in science, right? And all this, I used to block it off with my sort of intellectual pride to say, oh, that's old nonsense, that. It doesn't work, you know. And in the end, it's understanding this stuff's basically saved my life, you know, and putting these things into practice. Excuse me one sec. Sorry. So what I've tried to do is, and I'm still trying to do it is, I've tried to marry the 7 spinal chakras up with the autonomic nervous system and the 7 major endocrine glands. And what I found is the root chakra is associated with the adrenal glands because it represents the fight and flight response. It's the most primary defensive mechanism. And as we move up through these chakras, we come to the sacral chakra. Now, the sacral chakra is not just about sex, right? It's about, as you sort of grow, its quality changes, really. It still remains creative, but it's not procreative. It's really more about creativity in your soul's purpose, really. So I think it strengthens your soul's purpose, and it gives you more courage, more confidence to go forward step by step and actually start to express what the soul's been trying to do for a long time. So that's my understanding and my way of explaining it. Oops-a-daisy. So also, the 3rd chakra is the solar plexus chakra, often associated with personal power, but it's also about the energy centers as well. So here we have the liver, we've got the stomach, we've got the spleen over here, and we've got the pancreas. This is all about the utilization and storage of energy. And then we move up to the heart chakra, which is really important at the moment because it's associated with the thymus gland and also the spleen as well. But it's also to do with the creation of natural immunity. So anything that we can do, I mean, some people do tapping on the heart and try to activate the heart chakra, but anything we can do to keep the heart open and flowing will strengthen our natural immunity, especially with all the stuff that's floating around these days, whether natural or unnatural. Stop it, Joseph. And then we've got the throat chakra, you know, and the throat's very important because I think for various reasons at depth, we've allowed ourselves to be oppressed, suppressed, repressed. And I think it's almost like there's a great big shift coming across the planet now which is forcing us now to express who we really are at depth now. And so that's about the throat chakra. It's about methods of opening the throat and expressing and allowing the soul come through and express itself fully. I hope this is making sense because I can see a lot of nods and things like that. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is bring the science in, as I say. Then we move up then to the brow chakra, and that's associated with the pituitary gland, which is sometimes called the master gland. And then finally, we've got a sort of the least understood gland, but probably one of the most important, the crown chakra, which is associated with the pineal gland. And the pineal gland is associated with biorhythms and how our biological clock works. And so many of us are out of sync with our own biological nature that we need to get back really and understand our bodies, how our bodies work, how our bodies speak to us, and to pay more attention to what the body's saying, because they're basically the center of natural wisdom, you know. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to bring into medicine the understanding of these sort of morphic fields and these invisible fields, but I'm trying to bring it into medicine in a way that doesn't cause an antibody reaction, really. And it's hard to do, but I'm enjoying it, you know, because I can see some of my colleagues who were initially, oh, I'm not having all that, what a load of old nonsense. They're starting to change, you know. So it's a very positive thing. And so really it's about this here. This is not meant to frighten you, and I won't talk too much about this at the moment, but this is really about how the body works and how our brain and our central nervous system send information to our heart. But in the end, when we use breathing techniques, we can actually change that incoherent pattern through breathing and use of positive emotion, how we can change it to a much more coherent pattern, and we can cause our heart to work in a much more coherent way. And what actually happens then is, if we get the heart working coherently, and I will over the next couple of days, I'll bring some equipment in where you can put yourself on it and you can see just how powerful the effect of your breathing is on the way that the heart works. So, you know, I'll set it up somewhere so we can have a go at it. But it's important because the more the heart works and the stronger the signal is, the more it impacts upon the brain works, and it starts to change the brain waves as well to what's called an alpha theta state. So this is what we normally do, is when you go to medicine or you go to a cognitive behavioral therapist or somebody like that, if you're experiencing problems, they'll tell you, now, when this situation arises, don't think like that. Think like this, you know what I mean? And I went to a cognitive behavioral therapist for years, tried to apply what was being told, and it just didn't have any effect whatsoever. And then I was introduced to the fact that if you can change the way your heart works, you gain more emotional control, and emotions are much more powerful than you're thinking, really. And so if you can change your emotions to a more coherent, open flowing thing, you've got a much better chance of changing your behavior. So normally speaking, we'll go that way round. We'll try and use a new method of thinking to change the way the body works. But actually, the stuff that I teach now, hello, back again. Woof. Yeah, so really, the stuff that I'm doing now is it's trying to bring information, change the heart, to change the brain, to change the way that you act. That's what my sort of work's all about. And that's what people say to me, what are you a consultant in? And I say, it's easy really, psycho, neuro, endocrino, immunohematology. And then they don't ask me anything after that then. But what it basically means is, the P is for psyche, and psyche from the Greek means soul, actually. But the P also to me means perception. It's how we see the world. Because how we process information and how we see the world will determine the signals that get sent through our nervous system. The signals that get sent to our nervous system will impact upon the way our endocrine glands work. So that secretes hormones then from those 7 major endocrine glands. The secretions from these glands will impact upon our cell surfaces, our stem cells, And the way that the stem cells work determine how DNA expresses itself. So in actual fact, the way that we think, the way that we process information, and the way that we perceive or see the world impacts upon who we become, because it impacts upon our stem cells. So rather than having stem cells transplantation, if we can just change the way we feel and change the way we think, then we've got a better chance of changing everything in a positive way. There was a phrase I like, it's we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. And it took me ages to understand that. But most of us are driven by things that we're not even aware of. We're driven by forces, if you like, in our unconscious. And I think for me, part of the human journey of discovery is to become self-mastered, really. So it's a journey of self-mastery, really, more than anything else. Are you all right? Yeah, thanks very much. You're like Anubis, aren't you? Keeping an eye on me. Oh, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, really. Everything's connected, but it sometimes starts with our perceptions. So when we get brave enough to turn our eyes, rather than looking outwards, to looking inwards, we've got a better chance then to understand how we process information. Is this all right, this, or is it a bit boring? Or oh, it's making sense, all right, yeah. Because you're awfully quiet, which is unusual for you lot, but there you go. So, I won't go too much into this yet, but it's really how we take information on board, how we process it, how we dip into our memory banks, right? And then how we process that information. Is it based upon old habits, old memories? Because I honestly believe that the way forward is to go beyond our memory banks, really. So it's almost like to work in a space where we don't know, but we have faith and trust in something deeper than us. Excuse me again. So I just want you to put your hands up if you see this dancer turning clockwise. Okay, hands down, anti-clockwise. Oh, there you go. So, let me just take this back again. Isn't that interesting? Because at the same time, this is dead important, this. At the same time, half of you saw her going clockwise and half of you saw her going anti-clockwise. How's that possible? I'll explain in a second. There's proper science coming up now. So once again, put your hands up if you see her going clockwise. Hands down, anti-clockwise. Now, some of you are going to say she's changing. No, she isn't. No, she's not changing. Cindy, she's not changing. Right. Let me explain. What's happening is we're all seeing the same image. So the photons of light are coming in. They're coming into our eyes. They're hitting the retina at the back of our eyes. That information then is being transformed into an electrical signal that travels down the big wire called the optic nerve. It goes to the back of our head. Now, depending upon whether the information then goes to your right brain or your left brain will determine the direction that she's going in. So in actual fact, she's not changing. The way that you're processing the information is changing. And that goes to show, in the same circumstances, people process information differently, which causes them to see things differently as well. Does that make sense? The next one will really freak you out, okay? Okay, now just keep your eyes on the middle one, okay? And I want you to keep your head looking forward, but just take your eyes then to the left-hand side. Now you should see that one going clockwise. Okay, now flick across the other way, keeping your head straight, to this one on the right-hand side. She should be going anti-clockwise. Okay, now, if you get good at this and you get your breathing correct, look at the middle one. And as you look at the middle one, all of them should start turning in the same direction. Now, if they're not, if you can't see that, you need to make an appointment with me, and I'm very expensive. Yeah, but the whole point about it is, when you get good at this, however, this is the important thing, in stressful situations, you will default to the brain side that you developed more when you were a child in your first 7 years of life. And that's why it's so difficult to change the way that we see things, because it's so deeply ingrained in our brains. But once you can start to do this, you can use breathing techniques. If you get them all to change at the same side, it means that your hemispheres are working in a balanced way, almost like the neutral point. That's the place where change happens. And it doesn't matter. Force never changes anything, because with force comes more stress. And that means that you'll default to your childhood coping strategies. Don't you think that's fascinating? Right. And so when you go to people and they say, grit your teeth, you know, like the psyche thing, you know, they psych people up, grit your teeth and get on with it. That's why it doesn't work in the long term, because it's putting more and more force into it. Anyway, I digress again, but just to go back, just put your feet on the ground, if you would. Allow your shoulders to relax and listen. And listen to the sound of my voice. Chanda, shut it. So, what I want you to do is, the more you relax, if you just gaze gently at her ankles, and just allow your eyes to go all googly. Okay. And then just allow your breath to come in nice and deeply, and go out nice and deeply. And as you relax more and more, you should maybe start to see her going one way, then the other, then the other. And if you can get into the habit of doing this, and you can get her to go one way, then the other, right, then it means that you're using a technique to balance your hemispheres. I swear to you, all right, son? I swear to you that if you practice this, the way you start to see the world will change for the better. Is it difficult to do? It's not difficult to do, but people say, I haven't got time for this, right? So you have to let them go to get worse until they come back and say, I'll have a go at that now, you know. So sometimes it's better just to leave people alone until they carry on with their old patterns, until it gets really bad for them, you know. So that's that really. That's how your hemispheres of your brain work. But not only, when your hemispheres of your brain work, it changes the way your heart works. And the way your heart works changes the way your head works as well. So that's what I'm going to try and show people over the next couple of days. So that's that one. Hello. No problem. Yeah. It can do. Absolutely. Absolutely, but it depends. How do you know which eye to do first? Yeah. No, so you're quite right. It's all about self-awareness, but the most important thing is turning your eyes and becoming more aware of your body, and also, but not only that, the nostril you breathe to will also impact upon the way that you see the world as well. Because your left nostril, that's to do with the moon breath, is associated with your right brain, and your right nostril is associated with your left brain as well. So that's why in pranayama or pranayama, you do alternate nostril breathing, because it balances your hemispheres of your brain, you know. And modern medicine has got no idea of this whatsoever. So I'm trying to sneak, I'm like Oscar Schindler in medicine, you know what I mean? I'm working under the radar to try and bring in some proper neuroscience into this, really. I don't talk about Arcturians or Pleiadians or anything like that, but that's maybe next year I'll introduce that into medicine. So here's another one, is just say what you see quickly. A couple, have they got any clothes on? No. A naked couple. Do they love each other? How can you tell? Do they love each other? Yeah. You can tell they're snuggling, aren't they? You know. So science has shown that young children can't see the naked couple. Hang on, let me do this now. No, you can't see that there. They can't see the naked couple. What they see is 9 dolphins. Yeah, naked couple inside a bottle. What's the bottle on? Bit of water. And it's like in a picture, isn't it, with a curled up thing with some writing on. But children can't see the naked couple in the bottle. All children see is 9 dolphins. It's a test, basically, to see whether you've got a dirty mind, this. Right. Right. Because this is true, this. I said that yesterday. This is true because if you can't see the dolphins within 6 of sex, yeah. Shit, give it away. If you can't see the dolphins within 6 seconds, it means that your mind's already corrupted, right? So sometimes it needs pointing out. Let me just do this now. It needs pointing out. There's the tail. There's the tail of the first dolphin. So here's one dolphin. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's the 9 dolphins. And what this just to show is, and this is the important part, is how what's hidden and buried in our unconscious mind determines how we see the world. And most of us have got absolutely no idea. The idea would be is, in order to be balanced, is to be able to see both sides. That means we've got a balanced perspective then. So there's something else. Anyway, I'm just going to sort of talk about this bit and then I'm going to finish off. And then, but this is what's actually happening is that most of the information that we process is going on below the level of our consciousness. We think we know what's going on above, but underneath the iceberg there, that's where most of the information's going on, and that's what drives our behavior. And that's why if you don't know that it's your unconscious driving most of your behavior, then it's virtually impossible to change then. So the whole journey of self-mastery and becoming self-aware is to take our consciousness and to allow it to sink into our unconsciousness. And this is the hard part, especially in spiritual growth and emotional growth, is it basically means that the journey of rediscovery means that we have to turn round and face the things that we're afraid of, you know. And so it's all part of growth, really. So it's almost like we have to almost like reparent our inner child and gently take him back on a journey or her on a journey and face it together with them. And in the end, it's about, in my view, it's about taking actions to neutralize the defensiveness. Okay, but I'm going a bit deep now, so I'll just carry on. But so let's see what else is going on here. Okay, I'm going to stop now because part of it will be to explain what exactly is stress and what are some of the techniques that we can use, right, in order to sort of relax, see things more clearly and make positive, more healthy choices. So just before I finish, are there any questions that are coming up at all? Or has that been interesting? Does it make some sense? Okay. Pleasure. Say it again. No. That's how a victim talks, by the way. Right. Let me just explain to you. You're allowing yourself to get stressed by what I'm saying. I know that you're not, and I know it was a joke, but I'm just giving it back to you. Thanks very much. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. All perspective. Yeah, I agree. It's the way we see things and the story that we tell ourselves. Couldn't agree more. But when you're sort of entrenched in one story and you keep repeating it, you know, it's a bit of a problem, you know. So anyway, thanks everybody. So the plan is that I'll be doing sort of shorter talks, but introduce. Yeah. So it's lovely to see everybody. It's great that we're all here. And I hope to have a chat with you as we walk along and stuff like that. So thanks very much.
Go ahead and click that off.
Click it off, right?
Test, test. All right, we're going to talk about Solargy. Solargy is about transformation. Solargy is about being present. Solargy is about forgetting about the past and any power that it has over you or any that the future has over you. You know, we can say I am soul, and I say that probably more than anyone in the history of the world. But I can't prove that to you, and you can't prove it to me. What we can prove is we've both been through the human experience. We've all felt pain and suffering. We've all projected it out. No judgment. But until we bring it within ourselves, we're just fooling ourselves and we're still caught in this game. You know, I've been very public for the last 11 years, and people look at me a certain way sometimes, and I try to make them understand that I'm just like them. And that's what Solargy is all about. It's not about me. It's about all the people that started making videos in the shower dancing, you know, or people driving down the road and just doing stuff. Deb Rose, this lady lately, she's been doing a whole bunch of them. People having their own shows, people being themselves, people liberating themselves. And the process is they're not blaming anything outside themselves. They're not holding anything outside themselves responsible for their life's experience in this present moment, not tomorrow. So I am soul. And I think through our personal stories is where we find the truth of the mirrors that we are to each other. And my story is not like yours, and yours isn't like mine. But I will stand here right now and tell you at 61 years old, 62 tomorrow, born in 1961, there's something with these numbers. I'm a dad, I'm a husband 3 times, I'm a son, I'm a brother, I'm a nephew, I'm a friend. I suppose some people have seen me in a darker way, I don't know. And I've done the same. And I'm still learning, and I don't know anything. And without getting specific or personal, I've got 2 daughters here. There's all this convergence after 11 years. I went homeless on this land 11 years ago for 2 years. And I did that for my soul, because my soul said, don't make excuses, don't lie to yourself, and don't blame anything external of you. This is all you. And for 2 years I walked every single day with purpose and a constant meditation, and I partied my ass off at night. And I went to the darkest hells. And this is not victimization, this is just a story from your brother that's the same as yours. And if it wasn't this lifetime, it was the ones before. And because we're all connected, it's all of us anyway. So I have no idea what's going to go on this weekend. I can feel the energy. I can feel the heart. I can feel it in the chakra channel. And I know it's a very personal thing. It's like the more awareness that we have, the smaller our experience is. And this is more than enough for me. So I just want to say tonight, publicly declare, not because I'm trying to tell anybody anything about me, but I think this is what we share, transparency. I'm a dad. I'm 61, 62 tomorrow. If you want to look at it from the world standards, I've got no money. I'm in a crazy relationship. I got a world of friends, of comrades, of people like y'all, like all of us, that follow this crazy ass guidance. Everyone told us we were crazy. I'm in a place of peace, and I will remain there. I will not be targeted. I will not be banned. I will not be suppressed. I will not be censored. We got 1,200 people on the soulogyfest.com. I don't know how much longer we can sustain ourselves. I have no idea. Spiritually, it's there, but financially, and the whole 9 yards, the stress, everything at the human level, it's a bitch. It's the end of the year, and I have no idea what will happen next year, even in my own life with Solargy. But I know one thing. If I were to walk away, I know, regardless of money, that name would carry on, and I know people would carry on in that name. I just know that. I do. So, all right. Ooh. Hey, nah, yeah, nah, yeah. Hey, it's been a long time now. There is a reason to the rhyme. No more time, spaces right behind. Try to find that full channeling where the kundalini centipede is running up and down the holy spine. Yeah, it's all right now, it's all right now. Yeah, try something for the first time. You don't know, but your soul wants to shine. Yeah, come on now, shine. Yeah, shine. Hey na yeah, na. Oh hey na yeah, oh yeah na yeah, na yeah. Thank you for bringing it home again. Okay, who's up next? Susan Bornstein. Oh, here we go, V. Kristen, that's the one. You're up. Sorry, I lost my head for a second. Hey, can we turn the screen off? Oh, I think it's here. Kristen's coming up. Kristen, we talked about it last night. We came across each other. She was just coming out. We recognized each other. And yeah, you know, some people you have like these etheric experiences with, and they're just like, the intuition is so strong and the visions and everything. So we had many encounters and experiences together, you know. Sometimes we'd have to tell the other one, and sometimes it would just kind of happen. And there's people like that in your life, and you know that. And you can't argue with that. So it's been a real pleasure for me on a personal level to put people out there, to encourage people to get out there and do what their soul's guiding them to do. And she's one of them. And I'm, you know, proud that she's my sister, my friend. So.
Now you got me all crying. Oh, thank you, Todd. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Todd has meant a lot to me, still does. The first time one of the first times I had an experience with him, I was in the forest, and he sent me a message, and he had heard something that just had happened, and I was all over in Norway. And as I was walking into the forest, suddenly I saw Todd coming walking, like physically. And I sent him a message and I said, oh my goodness, you're tall. Because I've only seen him on the screen, right, from here and up. And when he picked me up on the airport the other night, the first thing he told me was, you're so small. I think that was funny. Yeah, so my name is Kristin. I'm from Oslo, Norway. I'm a trance channeler, and I will be channeling tomorrow, probably. Unless something needs to come through today as well. I've been guided to do a clearing, which does not have to do anything with the land. It's in our own channels. So that's what I will be doing today, and guide us all through that. Whatever I guide, if there's anything that does not resonate with you guys, you just state a no, and it won't do anything with you. It's not me going into your field and doing anything. It's just me facilitating for you to open and clear your own channel. I think, I mentioned it yesterday as well, that the most important thing being a human is to actually be the human. And in the spiritual community, I think it's very often, you know, we're going out there and we're talking about the galactics, and then we have the fairies, and we have all the codes, and we tend to be sometimes a bit out there, and then most of us coming into this are quite traumatized. There's a reason, you know, why we couldn't go on on the autopilot, and we had to start look at life a bit differently. And we have to meet whatever comes up in the body. And very often we come into spirituality, or at least that's what I've been observing. We come into the spirituality and we use it, or we start to use it as a coping mechanism, because we can start to really distract ourselves with all these beautiful concepts that are true. You know, the galactics, they are there. All the code is there, everything is there, and it's true, it's real. But if we use that to get away from actually being human, to come away from actually dealing with our thoughts, which, as Dr. Joe talked about, is what really makes up our reality and our perception, all the perspectives that we have. And if we can't really deal with emotions, and we use the spirituality to get away from dealing with emotions, we're just airy-fairy, you know, out there, we will just keep going in a loop. And I think where we're at now, around these years, is that we're coming back into the human even more, because we can come only so far by, you know, opening up everything. We're becoming more sensitive, but it's all happening in the body. So first we have to, like, you know, understand all of that. We have to, how can I say it? We have to Sometimes when I'm talking, they start talking at the same time, and it distracts me a bit. We have to come back to the body because the opening, the expansion happens in the body. The sensitivity happens in the body. Everything, the emotions and the thoughts are not who we are. And yet, because we're afraid of it, we tend to go out of the body. It's the same thing that happens when we have a trauma. It's a split. There's a fragment going out. That's why we're doing the work of integration, to get back whatever we left out. Because whatever happens to us, we don't tend to, when we're children, to take that out of our reality. We'd rather take out a part of ourselves. And in the work, when we are integrating and when we're becoming whole, or remembering that we always were whole, that is the work we're doing now. That is actually choosing to be in the body when the fears arise. It is actually knowing that we are both masculine and feminine energy, and owning and holding both. Clearing whatever needs to be cleared at any moment. And when something is challenging, actually take a step back, remembering that this emotion that is arising now, even though I hate feeling it, I've been feeling it 10,000 times before, and it's here again, and I should have been at another place, judging myself like never before, hate this thing, I must have done everything wrong, you know, all those things that keeps going in a loop. It happens with all of us, but if you remember that this is not who I am the awareness watching everything. Then we don't have to be so afraid of that emotion or that thought. And if we weren't afraid, like ask yourself this, if you didn't have fears, what would you do? Right now, if you didn't have any fears. Yes, right? I love that. What would you do next week if you didn't have any fears? And be really honest with yourself. Go a bit deeper, not the first thing that pops up, even deeper. There has been, I know Todd mentioned it on some show a few weeks ago about something clearing in a masculine, and this is something I've been receiving a lot of downloads on. And it really has to do with the feminine. We have been talking a lot about the feminine rising. Yes. And what happens, we both have masculine and feminine energy. And there's been a lot of talk about the feminine rising the last years. What happens when the feminine rises is that the masculine has to clear. That, everyone, is the masculine energy within the women as well. That's really important. If we don't hold our own masculine energy, we can be manipulative bitches. That's really, really important. And what happens is that when both energies are activating and starting flowing more, which only happens when we're in the body. If we're not choosing to be in the body, we're stopping the energetic flow. When we're coming into the body and the masculine energy starts moving more, the feminine energy is moving more upwards and opening the intuition. The masculine energy is a lot about the structure, the taking action. And so what's happening, if you look at the collective as well now, is a huge clearing of the masculine energy. That's more of the lower chakras, where we also hold fear. And so what happens when this energy starts moving, when the feminine energy starts rising, and the masculine energy also has to clear, because otherwise the feminine won't be held. We won't hold our own back. Then the fears will come up. And if we're afraid of the emotions, like I said, we will start projecting those fears out. That's what's happening in the world right now. Then we start hurting other people. When we are not in the war within ourselves, within our own, between our own masculine and feminine energy, then it won't be worse on the outside either. So what I want to do now is I want to guide us through a clearing. This is only inside each individual. If you have, like, if anything comes up, any reaction, any emotion, just let it come. If nothing happens, that's completely okay too. If you start moving, it's completely okay, like whatever happens. If you are comfortable with it, you can close your eyes. What happens when I guide through these kind of things is that I open a field, and what I'm being shown is almost like a collective body that takes up wherever there are most things held for the group. So those things I will go a bit more into. Are you all familiar with the chakras? Yes? Great. So if you're comfortable with it, you can close your eyes. And then I want you to find your breath. And then I want you to breathe into your heart. And just keep breathing, just feeling the chest rise and fall. Not trying to control anything. It doesn't matter if your heartbeat is high or if it's low. You're just observing it all, just being present with your body. And whenever there is a judgment arising about whatever you can feel in your body, just remember and remind yourself that that's a judgment. It's not anything that is really wrong. You're just observing what is. You're not changing anything. And then I want you to keep breathing through your heart and into your solar plexus. Just observing how it is when your breath is moving from the heart and into the solar plexus. And any resistance is okay. You're not trying to change anything. You're just observing. Beautiful. Keep breathing into the solar plexus, expanding. Both in the front and the back of the body. And if there are any thoughts coming up, just let them pass. Remembering that your thoughts are not who you are. Any experiences held in your solar plexus are not who you are. Your breath will always go underneath anything held in your body. Beautiful. And your next breath, I want you to breathe into your heart, continue through the solar plexus and into your sacral. And notice if there's any fears coming up. It's an area where we often hold a lot of trauma. And we're not here to judge, not here to change anything. We're just here to be present with whatever arises. Allowing yourself to fully embody your sacral. Allowing the emotions. And remembering that this is a true treasure. This is where your life force, energy, your creativity moves from around in your body. And keep breathing. And then I want you to focus on your lower back, the same point as your sacral, but in the back. Remembering that your energy is constantly moving. And then you can breathe into your roots, into your hips. Feel expansion in your hips as you're breathing into. Really bring your breath into it, not only the thoughts. If there's anything you're feeling, like there's a tension or anything, just let it be, but be curious about it. Maybe it wants to show you something, and maybe not, and that's okay. But if you feel that you have a fear around anything you're feeling, or a judgment, try to use curiosity instead. And then keep breathing through your legs, all the way into the soles of your feet. And through the soles of your feet into the earth. Opening the body, connecting into the earth, because your body is a part of this earth. See how far down you can come below your feet without losing the connection to your body. Always the breath moving through the body and into the ground. And as you keep being open, keep breathing into the earth, I want you to change your attention to your throat. Beautiful. Breathing through your throat, into your heart, into your solar plexus, the sacral, the root, through your legs into the earth, and bringing the energy of the earth up through the sole of the feet, through the legs, your root, your sacral. Your solar plexus into your heart and into your throat. And if you feel any constriction in your throat, don't attach to it, just watch it, observe it, and see if you can relax and give your breath a bit more space. breathe into the center of your head, your third eye, being grounded in your body, allowing your third eye to connect to this body. The universe, the energy, and this physical body connecting. And then breathe into your crown. Allow it to open as much as you're comfortable with. And allowing your energy to pierce through your crown up to your soul's chakra right above your head, connecting you to your higher self. And allowing the light from the higher aspects of who you are to come through your crown, continue through your third eye, through your throat, into that big, beautiful heart of yours. Breathing it into your back, and through your solar plexus. Remembering that your empowerment lies within your transparency into being just who you are. The more you allow yourself to be just like you are in any moment, no matter what arises, the more you will feel safe to be in your solar plexus. And keep breathing into your sacral, bringing your light, where you hold all that creative energy, your life force. This is what keeps your body alive. This is why you're here. And keep breathing into your root, really choosing to be in the body, really filling your hips with your breath. No matter what might be uncomfortable there, choose to be there. Beautiful. Any fears that arises are only created from experiences and the mind, the attachments of the mind. It's not who you are. So you're safe to be in your root. And keep breathing your light through your legs, through the sole of your feet, into the earth, connecting your light to this earth, where you chose to incarnate, and to bring the expression of the energetic frequency that you are. And keep breathing through your whole body, from your soul's chakras into the earth, bringing the energy from the earth up through the whole column. And feeling into how your body feels right now. Being present. Beautiful. So often we talk about the importance of letting go, as if it was an action that we need to take something and push it away from us. Whilst letting go really is to rest into trust. Your energy always has your back. You can always access your breath. It's a choice. Beautiful. Keep breathing. And if there was anywhere in your body that there was a bit more tension or a bit uncomfortable, then you can come back and breathe a bit extra in this point. Just with presence. Just like you would meet a child. It's just presence and love. Beautiful. Then you can come back to your heart. Take a deep breath. See your heart opening up to your throat. And remembering why you are here. You're here to express yourself. All of you. And when you feel ready, you can start to come back and take the time you need. Keep the connection with the body and with your breath as you're gently coming back. When you maybe experience that the mind starts running, come back to the experience, come back to your embodied. Beautiful. Start move your hands and your legs a bit. Feel your body. How are you feeling? Good. Anything that came up? Less fearful. I love that. There is in the system of the body, in the chakra system, everything is interconnected. Very often we tend to focus on one chakra and the other chakra, and we forget that everything is interconnected. The chakras are sort of the main points in the energetic system, but there are so many more points and everything is interconnected. And from the channelings I've been receiving, there is what they term the throat and root cross. And currently, the main thing that is blocking the throats of people are the fear of being seen. And the fear is held in the root. So that's why the root and the throat is really, really closely connected and important. Yes. How am I going with the time? I have no idea. We don't know. How am I with the time?
You're good.
I'm good?
How
Yes?
much? Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah. Yeah, like another 10.
Yeah. Are there any questions? Yes. Yeah, on what came through today or in general? Today. Yeah, that was light language. That was a group of blue beings. So there's a group of blue beings that I'm channeling. I do channel different energies, but there's a group, there are 8 blue beings. And it's actually a good example of being embodied. Because when we have like all of these kind of experiences, I saw them once, these 8 blue beings. They were physically in front of me. And when that happened I was walking in the forest, and I went to this place where I just really loved in the forest, like close to where my father lives. And it was this amazing spot where I just always went, and I did this grounding, a bit like we did today, where I bring the energy through my feet and into the earth. And I was so super grounded. I was not at all thinking about, energies or, guides or anything like that. I just felt like really, really deep into the earth. And then I opened my eyes, and there were 8 blue beings, like 2 meters tall, standing like in half a circle around me and looking at me, and one connecting to my third eye. That happened because I was so grounded. Not because I tried to go out of my body or go on an astral travel or have an experience. It happened because I was deeply embodied. Yeah, so the light language now came through from those blue beings. Any other questions? Thank you. Yeah, they have told me that I'm part of them, so, but thank you. You had a question? I can't hear you. So numbness and pressure in your crown. Yes. That you're experiencing numbness in the lower back around the sacral? Yeah. Yeah. Can I answer you afterwards? Because I don't want to get too personal in front of everyone. Is that okay? Yeah? Yeah? There is a lot of energy, and that can push on certain things also that we're holding, and it can also expand new things. Yeah. But I will come to you afterwards and say a bit more personal. Yeah. Anything else? No? Well, thank you. I hope you stay deeply embodied through this weekend. And tomorrow I will go into a trance channel. So then, but yeah, I am.
Whoa, thank you. She's going to trans channel. Will that be the second time you've done it publicly? Oh, you're a veteran now. She's a pro now. Well, I think we have to break it up a little bit, and sometimes we have to, change the direction. And I'm thinking of the word freedom. Freedom, freedom, freedom. I got a video this morning from two sisters in a hotel bed, and I could see the other bed, and there was a third sister in that one. And there was these two sisters, and one of them was singing, freedom, 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 and the other one was rapping hard, too. And it ran for 1 minute and 11 seconds, and then they sent me a note and said, we're in room 111. So I think, sometimes our souls speak to us, and special moments come, and I believe they're every moment, if you'll step into it and accept it and allow it. So I would be very honored if you would both come up here and do some freedom. We might need 2 mics. Hang on 1 second. Hang on.
We can put it in the middle. You want to put it in the middle? Tell them what you want, girl.
Tell them what you want, girl.
Maybe a little lower. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, we're short.
Midgets.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Lucy, aka Mama Rose, and I guess Angie bought me this skirt. She said, I'm gonna get it just in case. And we went back to the hotel room and I put it on. So I'm Mama Rose, and I guess we're about to give you a show. I'm Angie Willow Love. I'm just a kid in a big girl body. I'm supposed to act grown, they say. Wow. The universe brought me a very special gift. Actually, a whole bunch of gifts. It's like Christmas. I keep hearing that over and over and over. It's like Christmas. Woo. Did you guys see the wishing well over there? There's a wishing well. Make a wish. Make a wish. Make a wish. I'm proud of this sister right here, being here, showing up for herself, showing up for the tender heart, showing up to be seen, to be held.
There's a lot of brave souls in the house. Over the ocean, over the rivers, over the land and in the sky. I came in the sky.
I guess we can tell them the story of you and I. So, over the past 2 weeks, I was gonna come. I wanted to come. I was so excited to come. And I met my beautiful sister Diane, and she was my halfway mark. I was gonna drive to her, and then we were gonna drive here. But some things happened. And they happened hard. My niece, my beautiful niece Kaylee, she transitioned over the last week. And it was hard. It was hard. But that baby, she loved hard. She was deep, because she was one of us. And I could feel her. I could feel her in my soul. I could feel her in my heart. And I could feel her in my feet. She's all of us. She's here. I believe it. I see. So anyways, back to me and Andy. So, I was going back and forth. Because again, I wanted to come. I was excited to come. I wanted to come. But this happened. Sorry, guys. You know, storm just comes in. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that for real. The storm comes in, and it was harder then. It was harder then when the storm came in. It was harder to come. It was harder to come because there was fear. There was all kinds of things. So I'm going back and forth. I'm going back and forth on Facebook. I'm like, should I go? Should I not go? And everybody's asking me to go because I already told them I was gonna go. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to go now. Well, then I started seeing everybody arrive because they added me to this group of soulogyfest. I started to see everyone arrive. And I'm looking there and I'm like, wow, man, this is a beautiful experience. I want to be there. I do want to be there, but I just don't know if I'm up for it. Because it's been hard. It's been a hard week, and I don't know if I'm up for it. And then I saw Angie, and her beautiful smile and her beautiful eyes, and she was just shiny. And she had the number A7 above her head, because she had just came from the airport. And these number 7s kept coming up that day, and I'm like, okay, Spirit, I hear you. And I see Angie's face, and I knew in that moment when I saw Angie's face that I had to come. So here I am. I'm here. And the funny thing, then I go and I text Diane, and I say, Diane, it's a go. We're going. And she's like, yes, okay, awesome. But I have to tell you, there's a lady named Angie staying in our room. I'm like, okay, cool. At this point, I had no idea who the lady was in the picture. I just saw the picture and had to go. So when she tells me it's Angie, I'm like, let me go see who this Angie chick is. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, that's the girl in the picture. She's the one that pushed me to go. You can't make this stuff up, guys. You can't. And that was just a small story of Angie and I.
And we're already sleeping together. We're moving fast. Oh, here we are. Here we are. Ty, can you give us some hip hop?
Here we are. We're all a star. Here we are. And we're all a star.
Here we are. Here we all are a star. Solargy. I am soul. I am soul. I am soul. I am soul. Oh, oh,
I've always wanted to hear you.
I had like some energetic cock block. But it's free now. And now I can say whatever I want, straight from my heart, straight from my being, straight from the earth. I'm sure y'all feel that. Y'all felt that. Deep down in our toes. You feel that? Do you believe? You believe in Jubilee?
Do you believe?
Oh, honey, you know I believe.
I believe. I believe. Do you believe? I believe.
I believe in Jubilee.
I believe.
Woo. Todd, do you believe in Jubilee? We are one, we are free. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for witnessing us with your soul eyes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Would anyone? Hello. That was a lot of energy getting worked out. Let me tell you. I'm telling you right now, that kind of like brought some, balance at the end of that. Who would like to come up here and share a little bit? Susan, is it too early with what you told us yesterday that you were going to share with us, that your dad shared with you? Nothing like pressure. Go ahead.
So, just to follow up with all of that, I belong to close. This close? That close? I can hear myself now. Okay. I belong to an improv choir. An improv choir, when they go like that, every individual just sings out one tone. And when I go like that, then you sing it. So you think of one tone, and then I go like that, and you sing it, and the tones don't have to match, it's just any tone. So I was just thinking, yeah, that would I don't know, it just seemed like we need to do that. Right? So I just go like that, you think of a tone, and I go like that, and you sing a tone, and we all sing it together, and it doesn't matter if it's dissonant or anything. And then if I go like this, you switch the tone. So if you were singing low, you sing high, and switch it. That'd be very cool if we all did that. You want to try it? Yeah, okay. So, go like that. And then go like, ah. And do it again. And then switch it. And you have to sing it really loud. This is for make it louder, right? So start again. That's the tone then. Yes, you have to sing when I do that. That's think of the tone, and this is sing the tone. Okay. This is sing, yeah. Right. Okay. Oh. Anyway, something like that. And I don't know if I have a whole lot to say. The only thing I keep thinking, and my dad keeps saying as I sit there in this chair, is the stuff about being human and being spiritual and being galactic. And he's going, what do you mean there's no difference? So you ground in your body and you ground in the earth. The earth is a star in a solar system, in a galaxy. You are a stellar being. There's no difference between being human and being galactic. It's the same thing. So he just keeps saying that I'm supposed to say that we're not different. We can't create a world that's human and a world that's interstellar and a world that's galactic, because to be human is to be all that. And as soon as we're this, we're all that. And he just keeps saying that over, and I don't know what I'm supposed to say that communicates that, but if I think of something, I will. But that's the message I keep getting over and over again. It's all one thing. And that was it. I'm finished now.
Thank you. So I understand that this is a very transformational period. I'm not an astrologer or anything like that, but I have a lot of friends here, most of you. Dark moon, transformation, deep emotions. We spend, that guy, that's me, and Victoria, Ocephius, 13th sign. I can't say the name. I don't know what it is. But I have, a few things I live by. One of them is go easy on yourself and go easy on each other. We can all take a step back now and then. And we have to go into a place of non-judgment to keep this band of frequencies that we're expanding onto this earth going. It's important. Our greatest relationship is with ourselves. That's really what it is. We're learning to be honest. We're moving past authenticity. It's full-blown transparency. That's what she's talking about. These things are not outside of us, they're inside of us. We've been the minority in terms of the way the linear would define things or compare things, but we're not. I don't know about 144,000, and I don't know about this and that and all that stuff. I question everything, but I know one thing. I feel something here tonight that I've never felt in a gathering with Solargy or otherwise. And it's raw. It's raw. And, as a human being, I'm damn proud to be one. I know that the universe is picking up code from us as we gain our integrity and our balance and our strength and our power and our love for ourselves. Through the decisions that we make, the way we treat ourselves and treat each other moment by moment through this crazy ride. But we're on the other side now. We truly are on the other side. Nothing can touch us. Nothing can pull us back, and never could. We just said it could. We blamed it. We associated it. It was the victimizer. We don't have to do that anymore. We can leave it behind now. Well, there's too much shine going on. Way too much shine. And the reason we're able to do that is because we have learned who we are through our emotions. And instead of trying to run away from them or divorce ourselves from them, we've come to own them. And we can laugh and we can cry and we can do great things and we can fuck up, But that's there, and I'm here. We're here. So, I don't know. 11 years into this thing, and I know less now than I ever have. And that's the truth. Things are getting simpler. There's less aspects involved with the experience. And that sounds crazy because there's a multidimensionality coming into full-blown awareness, as Susan was talking about. But yeah, I don't know what that was all about. We're going to have, just keep having a revolving door thing go on here. We were going to have a couple of people come up here and pull up a chair, but I don't see them. Let me just look around the corner. I would normally, but given the energy, this dark moon transformation, you got to love it. We can stay in the light all we want, but the dark is just as pure, just as gold, and we know that through the shadows that we've healed and alchemized and turned into these amazing, amazing occurrences that are happening more and more frequently. Now I see my friends that are up next. We got higher vibrations in the house. Pamela from Higher Vibrations has done some incredible work. She connected with us about 1.5 years ago, and as far as I'm concerned, you know, it's the perfect expression of what this new energy is all about. So, in other words, I'm an individual, you are an individual, you are all individuals, but together we form something. And that individuality can be sustained, and it remains. And the same thing I see happening with Higher Vibrations is the same type of energy I see with Solargy, where in and of itself, it is a power, it's a consciousness, and it merges with other consciousnesses. And that's what we're all doing here. So I just want to salute you. I think you got another friend coming up here in a minute. Okay, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but thank you for your service, my beloved sister.
Thank you.
Thank you for your contributions, and I'll hand it over to you. Do you want a couple of chairs?
Sure. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Higher Vibrations, and so are you. I say this because we are all in some type of an awakening experience. Whether we're reawakening, it's always morning. And you know, when we can stop and realize the moment that we're in, by saying whatever it is that helps you to get to that point, then it makes it easier to do. Okay. That's really weird. This technology, touching stuff is weird for me. Like, this throws me off. I can't wear shoes when I'm doing this stuff because it makes a break. There's like a barrier. And this is like electronics. So anyway, you know, the journey that we've been on, all of us, has been so consistent and yet so scattered across the planet. You know, and I find that to be like true for every person that I have met, where all of us at some point have gone through this window of time of feeling utterly alone. Like we're the only one that knows. We're the only one that sees the world through the glasses of love, you know, sees the world the way that it truly is. And feeling crazy, feeling wrong, and therefore isolated and alone. And, you know, through technology, it's been possible to then connect and to find out how many people there are out there just like us who have the ability. This is really going to be hard for me to do this microphone thing. Okay. Like that? Really? Oh my God, like it's vibrating the world. This is gonna be weird. Okay. I probably should have tried this a few times before I did it for real. You know, the journey that I've been on to get to this point that I'm in right now is something that sounds like it's made up. And that's the part that's the hardest to tell, isn't it? The stuff that you can't prove. You can't prove that it's real, that it's really, really real. Until you all show up and say, me too. Me too. Me too. You know, and it's not a me too about something flawed, inadequate, or defective about you, but something pure and beautiful. Something that your drive, your mission, your goal is to elevate, to improve, to assist. You know, we are servants, and servants in a way that is in an equal playing field, where everyone contributes, and no one is more anything than anyone else. You know, there's no higher vibrations. I'm not the only higher vibration here. That's why there's a plural. That's why we are. You know, and so, you know, Lizard says, speak with your truth, speak your authentic truth and be liberated. That's what Lizard says. And Lizard has been coming more and more and more. We have I mean, it doesn't matter where I've moved to. First I was, you know, one side of Houston, then some other part, and now I'm in another part. And at first there's one, and then more come. And that's what we're doing right now. At first there's one, and then they come. You know, and we've come. Yeah. There's a story that I won't go into depth because it's a long one, and I have somebody standing waiting for me. But I should say is that when I was 14, I had one of my 5 clinically proven near-death experiences. And at that time, I knew that we were going to go to this place in Arkansas. I wasn't sure about, I didn't know if it was Arkansas or I don't know anything about that side of the planet. Like, geography's not my thing. I was made to stay on the other side, the west side of the Rocky Mountains, my entire life, by the way, until I came here on 111. Anyway, and I knew that I was going to the Crystal Mountains, to the North Ozark Mountains, and that when we went there, we were going to have a village, where the village was for what it looked like single moms, and these kids that were like the masters, the sages, the gentle, pure, innocent ones that guided us. And at the time, I'd been told multiple times that I couldn't have a child. And so I had no idea that this other child that was in these visions was my child. I had no idea. You know, and I've been so blessed to have her as my daughter. She has been such a guide and I would see something and not say anything and watch her react and say something about it. You know, when you see angels come and no one else does, after a while you start to wonder if they're real, right? And then if someone else sees them, and you didn't say anything about it, and she saw them, and she would reach out and talk to them. And she'd say, "Thank you." That means thank you. She could see them. And I knew that they were real, like finally all the way. Because, you know, there's that part. And anyway, the reason that we're here today, at this moment, on this place, this land, is in order to heal it. And it worked out exactly the way that Spirit meant it to be, that we all got to meet in this same moment that Todd was putting on this event where people were gathering, because the healing of the land requires that those who are in alignment do gather here at this spot. And the reason that we're here at this very spot is because this is the spot that people have come to, 5,000 people every day for 3 weeks, every year, to draw the fear to this spot, right here. Houston, Texas is where the first tear was cried. And we've come here to liberate her and to allow her to cry the tears of joy. And she's here and she's ready. And we have done it. We started to do it. We have more steps, but once it's started, you can't stop that. It's done. And to be part of this energy with you all, yeah, it feels kind of shaky sometimes. Sometimes you're like, oh my goodness, is something bad gonna happen? Because it feels weird, and like there's all this weird energy that you're not used to hanging out with. It's because it's leaving. She's weeping it out. Let it go. It's not yours. Don't hold it. Just, you know, I find that I'm grateful to feel it go, even though it kind of feels kind of funky, because it needs to be seen so it can, and I am honored to be one who sees. And so, however you see, you know, you are conduits, all of you, like straws beckoning this energy out into the everness that needs to go, so we can be in this place. Because we're already on New Earth, people. We're already here. It's just seeing it. Because there's so many layers and barriers and shadows and let's just, you know, and so we're letting it go. The shadow isn't something to cast out. To be seen, then we often notice that the shadow contains important information that we had misplaced. And in seeing it, those elements are then seen. Most of the time, I'm finding that those elements that I thought were so flawed and bad were the most amazing superpowers. Like, we're heroes, we're superheroes, like the cartoons. You know? They just exaggerate a little bit. And so, I just wanted to point out what the purpose of our presence here is, and to be in celebration, soul-libration, right? In this place, this time, this beautiful union of all energies in glad equilibrium. It's ready, all of it. No one's being cast anywhere. They're saying, thanks. I've been meaning to get out of here for a while, dude. You know, you've been holding on. And it's kick-ass. So, and the next step is that I and others will be moving on into this Arkansas place where we've been welcomed. Just like the visions, just go there. It's like, fuck, what? Oh, I shouldn't say that probably. But just like, you know, just go there. It will be effortless. Like, and it's true, all of the sudden. 152 acres, come on. Let's do it. Right next to the Crystal Mountain. Exactly like the visions. In the vision, you're plucking these little pieces of crystal all around the mountain, because the mountain is made out of crystal too. And turns out, and it's the same spot that the final X happens in the solar eclipse. And this woman didn't even know about the solar eclipse. She didn't even know. She told me afterwards. She's like, oh, by the way, look, this is happening on the 8th of April. I'm like, uh-huh. That's the final X. And we're going there, and we're going to be there. And anyone who wants to come then too are invited. You know, it's a place of harmony and joy and love. And it's going to be a celebration. So we're already in the celebration now. And I have Stacy here, who's been waiting very patiently. I'd like you to join me on this. Thank you. Thank you. So, those of you who don't know, this is Stacy, and she's from England, and Stacy. And she has been someone who has been unwavering in my life, has given unconditional support and love since the very beginning. When she came into one of my Zoom meetings, I recognized the shy, timid like stuff that we all go through. But I knew her, and I saw her, and I remember her. And it's just been such a joy to be in this partnership of sharing an energy with you. So I thank you for coming, and welcome.
Oh, gonna start me off crying. Thank you. Dude, I'm here. I'm here, man. Finding Pamela was a... Oh God, you got me going already. Finding Pamela was an inspiration because, as she said, most of us feel that we're by ourselves on this journey. So when you find that you connect with somebody and they don't just see you, they actually see you, that's the whole point, right? Being able to see one another and say that we're not alone, we're doing this. Thank you for seeing me, because I'm fucking here. It took a long time to find my soul group, you know. It's a hard journey when even your family don't see you. And it's a struggle because until I met Pamela, I didn't know. I was deliberately putting myself back into a place I didn't want to be. every time I felt like I could shine my light, I was always put back. So it's awesome, dude. I'm so happy to be here, dude. The airplane. This is like the first time I've like seriously been away from my family. I'm a mum of 7. So to leave my kids where they are, they're safe, they're good, they're healthy, and I have to tell myself that every day, otherwise I'll just be a nervous wreck. But they're really supportive of my journey, as I'm supportive of theirs. I see my kids, you know, and that's helping, because the whole story of what we were saying today, when your children, or how I grew up, like, we weren't meant to be seen, you know? Like, anytime we spoke as a child, it's like, oh, the kids speaking, they haven't got nothing to say. And that's how I felt I was. And I see my kids, and yeah, so long story short, I'm here now. Thank you.
So Stacy has an interesting story about her journey here, and that's kind of been a theme that, I mean, every person that I've been actively in engagement with this festival and things, every one of us have had like so many different things come up and still came, you know, and Stacy's got a pretty cool story too. So like, first of all, I don't know if y'all know, but she's from England, like across the pond, you know, and like,
Fellow Essex bird.
Say that again.
Fellow Essex bird.
Yeah, there's other English people here. It's so cool.
Sorry, Dr. Joe. Sorry.
Oh, right. Dude, I for the longest time thought you were in Australia, because I really did. I was like, some English guys in Australia hangs out with Elsa, I guess. But yeah, that's really Liverpool. It's fun. So, would you like to share any of your story about how you got here, or am I just over pushing it?
Not over pushing it, but dude, it was just a succession of things. Like, you know, should I go? Should I leave my kids? Is it going to be possible, monetary-wise? And it actually looked like I wasn't going to be able to come, and I was super sad. But I left it to Spirit. I left it to Source, and said, if I'm meant to be there, then I'll be there, and I'm here. So, yeah, dude. Sorry. There was like a 25% chance, I'd say, that I left open, because, yeah, it physically seemed like it wasn't going to be possible, and things were made easier for me. Like, I had loads of support. Pamela said, you're coming. Before I even knew, she was like, you're coming. So, yeah, man, 10.5 hours. Dr. Joe knows. But you came from Sedona, right? You were far away, so yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it was scary. Like, it's the first time I've been abroad, really. So, yeah. Thank you. So I was going to just say.
Oh, I want to ask a question though. So it was hard, right? And it was hard to leave and that whole thing. Why did you persevere? What made you decide to come?
I know there's healing that has to be done, and the main push was, Pamela said that, like you said, the first tear was cried here, so we're here to put some beauty, some love back into the land. And this is awesome. Like, the magic that I feel when I'm in, I was going to say y'all, y'all's environment, man. I kind of felt like, I just said to Pamela, I felt like I was having imposter syndrome. Like, I'm still not fully here. Like, I'm like, fuck, I'm in USA. You know, like, this is a massive thing for me. Like, but I know it's really, really important. And I felt it when I met my family. Like, I just know that this is the place to be right now, because some real awesome shit's happening. So, thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. You know, I'm going to echo part of that just for my own experience. I don't know. I was supposed to come on the 4th of December. That was when I was coming. That's when the Airbnb. And all of a sudden, I found out that I was leaving on the 1st of November. And it came down to changing the tickets, and this was an experience that I had where I found that it was a requirement of me to just let myself fall, like just drop and let the universe catch me. Because, so in order to get the tickets changed to an earlier time, it was exactly down to the last 72 cents in my bank account, just to change over the tickets. And I'm like, that's no gas money to get to the airport, and I said yes. And then that money never got charged me. Yeah. And it was because I told the customer service guy, I said, "You're really good at customer service. You seem to actually like people. I like you." That's all I said, you know, and then at the end he said, "I waived the reseating fee." And it turned out he waived the whole $600.79 or 72 cents fee. And so we were coming still. You know, these types of things over and over again happened. The last moment when I was at that decision was this eagle. I heard the eagle. I saw the shadow. I heard it call as I was looking up to it, and then I saw it against the sun as a feather went spinning down right in front of me. And I knew that moment that it was time to come, like that we were like doing the right thing. It was in the moment, you know, and something that Stacy and I talked about before we came up here to the microphone was that Todd should join us, because that's the Trinity show that we missed yesterday because he was busy playing. So when he comes around, you know, that's a spontaneous thing that Todd said we should do, is be spontaneous and call random people up. So let's do a Trinity show, Todd. Where are you, buddy?
A few minutes.
You want to say something else while we wait for him?
You caught me off guard.
Oh, so we'll talk a bit until Todd shows up, because, you know, that's how we roll. So the other part of this is that, so all of the people that are in this Airbnb with me, all of us have had some type of, and those, not all in the Airbnb, the other people, that all of the higher vibrations, energies, you know, every story, like, you know, finding out the last, like, 30 minutes whether or not you're actually going to make the flight. Hey, cool, thanks, dude. A fellow conspirator or conspirer or something. And that everyone came despite all of these places. You know, I feel like they're checkpoints, choice points, I mean. We have so many choice points, and when it comes to something really important that's worth doing, there seem to be a lot of them. Are you sure? Like, this is, are you sure? And the channeled message of that is that the reluctant leaders are the leaders of today. I don't want to lead anybody anywhere. I go over there because nobody's there, and they go there too. I don't mean to have people join me, and they come. And I like that they come, because they come in order to elevate their own frequency and to share in that energy and to be in that. Here he is. Welcome, Todd.
Hey, let's put this in the middle. I was having a moment. I've been crying, and now I'm here.
Thank you.
Just being transparent.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah. So what's happening? What are we doing? Can I ask questions?
Sure.
How does a woman, God, I haven't done this, Soul Speaks 5D. Yeah. How does a woman with 7 children, and I know your story, and I know they know some of your story, how does a woman with 7 children wake up and keep her balance, and just, how did that happen?
Hey. Belief. I had to believe. You know, it's easy enough to say, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and then say, oh, I'm going to trust in the universe, but not do it. But I had to believe. I had to believe that anything I put my mind to was possible. You know, it's hard. Like, I don't generally talk about my story a lot, but yeah, 7 kids, man, and I'm a single mum doing it. So, thank you. Thank you. And that's really hard to say out loud because it's not like I want glorification for the fact that I've got 7 children and I'm raising them single-handed, but that's the truth. And I'm doing it. And at the same time, going through dark night of the soul, time and time again, and then still having to get out of bed and be a mum. You know, work through all my shit and let them see me. The total transparency that I have to have with my children so they understand that I'm going through certain processes and they can see me going through that. So when they go through the processes themselves, they're able to know that it's fine. And I homeschool them too. And there's a main reason for that, you know? Like, I was watching my kids be stripped of their personality, stripped of who they were. So being around me 24/7, they kind of had a different way of seeing what reality was. You know, it wasn't in trying to be popular or trying to fit in, which I saw their struggle because they weren't. You know, they knew they were individual and they weren't fitting into groups. I had to teach them that that's because you're cool. You know, you're cool because you don't fit in. Yeah. You know, that's like the herded sheep, right? And they're learning to follow their own truths. So yeah, that's just a part of the story, man. Thank you for letting me share, guys.
Wow. That was a hell of an answer. The one thing about Soul Speaks 5D is, this is higher vibrations. Hi, I am higher vibrations. Sorry, I didn't mean, I'm just channeling. So a lot of what comes out on your show and our show, you've been on the Trinity for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and Soul Speaks 5D is really the things that we never talk about, right? Like the blue beans, you know, the synchronicities, the Kundalini energy, all that stuff. And one of the things I think that we don't talk about enough is, I mean, we do with each other, but not with the group, is these synchronistic, kindred, resonant relationships and connections. And I know the two of you must have that. Pamela has a hell of a story. I've never heard one like that before. I've heard some pretty heavy stories, but hers is amazing. And so you could say that they've had the same level of the dark nights. It may not have happened at the same time, at the same ages, so I know you must have had that in common, but is there a way that you could kind of encapsulate the connection that the two of you have? And I mean from not just the human, but that's the most important, but also the multidimensional.
Very deep questions tonight.
I like questions.
That's good. I have been waiting for Stacy my whole life. Like, I've known about her. I've connected with her. I've been connecting with her with intention for some time. And there have been times where shit got really hard. And I was connecting to her. See, I didn't know I was connecting to somebody who was physically embodied, though. I didn't know. I knew it was her when she came to the Zoom meeting, and she first turned on her camera. Because a lot of people come and they don't turn on their camera, and they don't speak up, and for some time. It's like right next to my eyeball, dude. I can't even see people, dude. All right. I don't remember what I was talking about. Oh, yeah, so this is not distracting at all.
Sorry.
So, thank you. And thank you. And then Stacy came on and turned on her camera. She didn't speak right away, but, you know, she was doing the same thing that we all do. But when she turned her camera on, I noticed that I audibly gasped. I knew her. I knew her. And it kind of floored me that she was like a person, you know? Because, I mean, my first near-death experience at 4, I started to have some pretty interesting experiences, like beings that, you know, energy beings and ET-like beings and all of these different places coming from different times. And so I thought she was one of those. And then she came and she turned on her camera. And then she disappeared for a while. And I questioned if that happened. Our stories have never had to been shared because we know each other's stories already. Because when we've been doing it, she's been reaching out to me too, this whole life. And we've been doing this together this whole life. And when I did that 5D Soul Speaks with Todd about my childhood, that story was already known by Stacy. And she knew exactly what I was looking at doing. And I would say that her encouragement, her consistent encouragement to do that was really what put me over to do that, you know. And so the last thing I'll add to it is I've known Stacy since before this lifetime. I remember knowing her when we were much taller. Yeah, she's really short, turns out. Like, she's like, I could like, she looks like my height right now, but get her standing up next to you. Anyway, and so she is one of several who have come back. And these individuals, many of you know who you are. Sometimes you see me and you say, do I know you? That happened before people started watching my channel. This has been weird. People know me when I came here. But like, and because we do. Many of you started to watch me because you know me. And you know me. And the aspects of ourselves being embodied at this moment, at this time, hasn't ever happened before. Before we were scattered through time. And now we're all here at the same time for this moment. And so that's why I get all excited y'all coming around, because that means it's time, right? So that's my answer to the question. Sorry, I went on a tangent. Sorry.
Bam. Double bam. Both of y'all. So I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, but I can only speak for Solargy, but because I know the metrics and the numbers of Solargy, and I remember back in like 2012, 2013, it's like 98% female. And over the years, it started to come down, and it's probably like 65-35 now. And the other cool thing is, I looked the other day, and we never had any representation in the 18 to 25, and it was like at 2%. And the interesting thing was there was more men than women, which I thought was really cool. So if you look around tonight, there's not a lot of men here. And that doesn't mean that they're not here. Just like y'all were there for each other before you physically made contact. So there's many men out there that are holding it down. Jana Kozar. She came up a lot on PayPal over the years. Many times when things were tough. 11/11. 11/11 with messages. Great show. I mispronounced her name on camera for like 2 years. Zana. It's Zhanna. I mean, I thought it said Zana. 4 years, excuse me. So anyway, oh God, thank you. Oh, do you have these handy? Jesus.
She's a mom of 7.
Well, I'm a kid. I'm a fucking kid, I guess. So, seriously. And there's many jhanas, but this one would always come across. Thank you. And then I started to see the name Constantine, like way in the background, like these feminine, so many feminine. The reason I do what I do, don't want to come forth, want to be in the background, doing grid work, estranged from their family for 20 years, living in a room by themselves, money coming to them just enough to get by, and they're stepping up. And then there's, behind that, there's this masculine energy that the feminine or the female and the male didn't even know existed. And it's a powerful, soft piece. And that brother is that. And he doesn't want to be seen, he doesn't want to be known. He's probably going to beat me up after this is over. But that's what I'm talking about. And Daniel, the French smoker, wherever he is, same guy. Different story, doesn't have a jhana in his life, doesn't have the children. Came on Soul Speaks 5D and talked about his sexual distortion to a level that was just incredible. He's coming. That he is in all of us. You better believe it. And that's what creates the feminine, dreams it, the masculine creates it, and we're all that feminine and we're all that masculine. Thank you, brother, for inspiring me. Get that damn thing away from me.
Aren't you supposed to ask a question first? Thank you. Thank you, Todd. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I can speak. I want to echo something that I've been hearing a lot lately. See, there's this thing, and I'm a chick, so there's not a lot of stuff I can say about this that I feel like that I can say. Though my observation has always been that the energy of the male embodiment is the underdog, had been made to be the underdog for a long time. And these are our little brothers. You know, like Todd keeps pointing out how old he is, but he's my little brother. Like that's what energy I get. He's my little brother. And like, and that means I can punch you too. I know it's weird, but that's how this energy works for me, okay? And the male embodiment experience has consistently been very difficult in a different way than what we have been experiencing as females. The oppression has been thorough in every direction. And finally, the past decade, I've got to see that more and more men are coming from the shadows and saying, me too. Whether it be quiet, in a session where no one's looking, in a chat room somewhere, people are saying me too. And when they say me too, they're saying, do you see me? Like, am I okay? I'm not a bad person, right? Like, that's what it feels like. Are you sure I'm okay? And just like we felt as women with our trauma came from events. These guys had trauma happening from when they were born for conditioning. Being made to be the victimizer, that's your role. You know, being made that anything that you do is did you know that battered husband syndrome is by far more common than battered wife syndrome? Did you know that the vast majority of those in prison were raped multiple times growing up, and the way that they handled it was chemicals, and so they were put in a box? I'm not saying change anything in society. Changing our hearts and seeing something is really important. I didn't mean to go so dark, but this is what's real. And when we see it and we say, I see you, I see it. I can see you. I see your trauma. And I love you anyway. And not anyway, but maybe because of. You know how hard it is to talk about that? Can you imagine showing up to work as a dude and say, my wife just beat me up last night? And to get like some kind of help? You know, these kinds of experiences are never spoken of. And this is a time to see. When something is seen, then it can go. Archangel Michael says that all we need to do is acknowledge it without judgment and then release it. Without judgment means I'm not deciding anything about it. There's not green, it's not blue. This isn't the bad guy, this isn't the good guy. It happened, and there's nothing I can do about it. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. What now? Well, it's time to start living. You know, and so it's not deciding anything about it and just allowing it to go. And sometimes we don't even realize that it needs to be given permission to go. Because there's a partnership of energy happening that we don't realize the loyalty of that other part. And so to say goodbye and that you can go, you know, and so we can find that alignment again. So this is an important thing. And I've been so overjoyed since 2020. I've seen so many male embodiment men, individuals who are stepping up and saying me too. And not about trauma in particular or anything, just I want to be seen, you know. And so, I don't know, the world is full of women that I'm in, and so I'm happy to see some of the guys showing up and saying, I'm ready. So thank you.
Oh, whoa. Nearly knocked me out. I'm not as good as articulating the way you two guys do. You know, you bring it to me and I'm like, yeah, it all makes sense. I like it when you ask questions, Todd. Have you got any more questions? Is that good? Because yeah, thank you.
Will you have my water, please?
Your lighter?
Water.
Oh,
The bottom.
I thought you were going to light one. I can't even see this thing. Okay, question. I think we should, how do you feel about asking a question of the audience? How about that? Let's really get into this one. In this moment, in this present moment, as everything we know that we think we know, here and now, in the only thing we have, the eternal moment, that's it. If you don't get it here, you're not going to get it anywhere. Anything running in our heads is that which is not. We are in a space where we're actually in form, in physical form, embodied. We are that. So the question is, who are you now? And if you're going to answer that question, you have to come up here and grab the microphone. One by one, who are you now? I'll go first, This is spontaneous, intuitive, creative, imaginative, and goddamn courageous. All right? That's what we are, transparent. Who am I now? I am Todd Medina. Todd Randall Medina. But I am not. I am both. I am lost. I am found. I am all the virtues of the soul. I am not, in the sense of weakness, the charismatic children of the ego. I understand the ego is a great equalizer in this realm. I respect it. It's a great teacher. So I can stand here on the eve of my 62nd birthday and tell you truly for the second time, I don't know anything. I just know peace, and I do know love. I do. Even if people don't understand it, I know love. That's all we got. There's no games there. There's no agenda there. It's just love. Way beyond what we thought. So I love you. My name's Todd. Thank you. You going next?
Okay. Is she next?
I'm next.
Yeah, you were waiting for a
Oh,
question.
the question. Thank you, Todd. You just passed the mic. Okay, so the hardest thing is not to try and think, you know, when you pose the question and then you have the time to think about it. So it's like, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? Who am I? Well, I know now I'm not this. I know that now. Because when I stated before, when you see me, I didn't mean that you saw me. So I know this is not me. So when I stand in front of the mirror and look at my face, like my skin suit, right? That's what I've borrowed for now, but that's not me. I could be cheeky and just nick Todd's and just say, I am soul, and then get away with it and pass the mic to someone else. But that did come to mind first, to say that, because I am. And like Todd said, it's the equilibrium. I am found, I am lost, every fucking day. Like a mess most of the time, to be frank, but just coming back to the reality that I don't know who I am, but I know who I am, and I don't have to try and figure it out. Like this moment right now, I am. In a minute, I am. Tomorrow, I am. So just being moment to moment, minute to minute, every day. So I'm different every day. I am. Thank you. Beautiful question. You.
Okay, I came back. My answer is always that I'm just happy. Like, I am the essence of what it is to be happy. I am all things. I'm freedom. The limitation is an invention of me. It's not me. And whatever limitation you're talking about, like believing in gravity even, you know, like, I am a servant because I love to do it. I am a place where love can grow and be shared. All of us are. When we hug, I watch it. It's two spheres, you know, like it's an eclipse. It's two spheres meeting and creating the Vesica Pisces, the most sacred of all sacred geometry, because it can produce all sacred geometry in itself. It's the only shape that can do that. It's the seed. It's the eye, where we project the reality we create. It's the pineal gland. It's all of these things. The signs, the symbols are all there to show us these limitations that we're creating so we can be in this embodiment and so we can do this. And a few of us remember. And some of us, remembering would derail your ability to do what you're supposed to do. And so, I only remember some of it. And some people don't remember any. I don't know if that's wandering off too far, but I am love. That's it.
I thought you were happy. That's where I saw you. You're one of the 7 dwarfs. So would anybody would like to come up here? Oh, let me just say this real quick. I'm looking around. I'm telling you straight up, Spirit told me, Spirit, what we call Spirit, my soul told me, the Mother Goddess told me, you know, I was going to have this Solargy Fest in September in Austin, Texas. That's really hip. You know, it's progressive and all that. But I had a daughter. She was in an accident, the only one. My 6th child. And anyway, she's 21 years old, and she met this dude, and they're really cool. The coolest couple I've ever seen at that age. He's a little older. But his family owns this place. And the Spirit told me, you got to come do this. You got to do it in this weekend, right here. And so I was kind of concerned at first because I was like, you know, some of these people, I mean, I'm cool with it. I got dark and light. You know, we've been there many times. And so there was a little bit, not much, people saying, you know, hey, man, we're going to have to, like, convert this energy and stuff. And no shade on them. I'm not saying that. But as I sit here tonight and I realize there's a dark moon, the holy dark moon, and there's a massive amount of transformational energy that's not just coming in this weekend. It's been building at least since 2012. This is the promenade. This is the promenade apocalyptic, the great unveiling. And the unveiling is us. So as I sit here and I was looking at it and I saw Dawn of the Machine, and I saw this and I saw that, and I thought, you know what? This is fucking it right here, man. Have you ever seen people open up like this? Have you ever seen this before? Why not? It's not a religion. There's no doctrine. There's no dogma. It's just like people getting together, being themselves. That's it. Being themselves. Be yourself. So, now that we're all here in this space, if anybody would like to come up here and honor us with their presence, we will more than hold space for you. We will support you. We are you, all of us. And tell us who you are.
You don't have to leave.
I'll just change the camera.
Okay. You want me to leave? Okay. I'm standing right in front of you. I feel like I need to be out of the way. You can sit down with this. Okay. Okay. I am Becky. I am Rebecca. Okay. I am Rebecca Rice. Your last words were exactly what came to my brain when Todd asked a question. I am love, and it's taken me a while to learn that that's what I am, and I've had to hunt for myself. I've had to hunt. I've had to go through. Everybody has a story, and I'm not here to tell my story, but I am telling you that it's taken me a while to know that it's love. That's all there is. That's all there is. If you love, you get through it all. And it's been a journey. I found, and I say Todd because the other people have come through Todd, and I've been blessed to meet so many beautiful people with so many wonderful talents and love. And I look at it and I think, why am I here? You know, I don't do all those things that these people do, but I'm love, and I'm here. to share love with you. Mic drop.
Thank you.
No, hell no. Anybody else? There's, no pressure. Just, oh, I got to tell you something about her. She's from Canada. She's like a French Canadian. This is one of these other people that out of nowhere, like once every year, would send a contribution or send me a video or send me a message. I'm like, it's that same thing they have, right? I have it with so many people, and I'm blessed to. But thank you for coming all the way from Canada.
Oh, I have to stand. No, I stand. That's okay. No, but I'll be here, okay? Not necessarily on the camera. I am gonna sing a song. I'm happy to see you, happy to say hello. You're someone I like to know, that's really clear for me. I'm happy to see you, and as the time goes by, possible you and I will meet again. And I'll say happy to see you again and again. Happy to see you.
Thank you.
By God, I don't know who's going to follow that. Dr. Joe, I think, though. Dr. Joe? I think Dr. Joe should. Dr. Joe spreads a lot of wisdom. He's very open about himself. I hate to put you on the spot, but we have this banter, me and Dr. Joe. We've done more Soul Speaks 5D than any other guest. So I would be very honored if you'd come up here and shoot from the soul. This man is. Where are you going? Here you go.
Thanks very much, Todd. I've got no idea what's going to happen next, but let's see. Oh, here we go. Aleo tokush maha gadosimha. Saviando kuramatak diriba kanokul of Zivio. Alak nukuris mantikru shimandagaravi katsungora. Ianto cross pafana jigurupet na shigri. Ilok noktas var ensk. Shine androchets maharabit. Olan sadnyu otksperan di krushpe. Across era di irmosma. Iran tokushpa andrasimikova jama. Arat nicht okst. Agneseribe am tishbe andira wumatsania. Karasom trish egremota fashanta. Elianto kushpan en het onjakdag 800 bresje. Na iose orem niktes.
Malekos kanapiekosa. Holland dak na kolvalt. Majo tokus pamniko. Naknosat nej, jotas net op aan het ook mij jot. Hololololol, beschana ik het ook op chat. Maar je toch snafatut. O mo. Holat no kopap net. Sai ook snad. Holat nek topo.
Have to wait for the next one to pop in now. God only knows who's going to be on stage next, but But that, as Elsa Dillon would call it, is the voice of the rock. Rock E.T. Just recently, a few more have popped in, and it's sort of fill in a few gaps in my makeup, really. But I don't understand it. At one level, I understand it exactly, but I can't translate what it means, just the feeling, really. Yeah. What happens to me now, as I try and explain what happens, is where I start to get feelings coming up my legs and up my spine and stuff like that, you know. I don't fully understand it, but I just go with it now because I don't care, you know. And I think it's all for a good purpose. It feels that it's coming from an open and flowing heart, you know.
Holsna ikosa pariotusma, holam yot oksnet fatsu, malok topasan, id ut ad.
Thank you.
That was kind of sexy. That was incredible. Thank you.
I get the same feeling when I stand close to you. Good boy.
All right. I think we got time for for one more. Anybody? If not, oh, Daniel. Yeah. I think Dr. Joe just channeled the new masculine or something. Daniel, come over here. Thank you for coming all the way from Switzerland. Thank you, brother.
Thank you for your kind words. I was sitting there and crying all the way to here. I was getting more and more nervous as I thought what I'm gonna say to you, because I'm shaking a little. But how the beautiful sister said, as more you have time to think about it, as more like nervous you get. But I'm gonna speak from the soul, because you asked, who am I? I carry the name Daniel Mostafik, but I was just gonna say how you say it. I am soul, because I just am soul. Every time you say this, I was like crying, because when you say this, it is very authentic and touching. It was very touching to me. And that you said that I was inspiring to you. I was crying and sobbing there on the corner, on the bench. Because, as Sister Ernestine said, like, Solargy is something similar to her, like to me. I'm getting a little nervous because of the camera. But I think I'm running out of tears because I cried that much. But Solargy is for her like similar to me. It is something I had an idea to set up something to get pure honest, pure transparency, as you say. And then after a time I was guided to, or shown Solargy to me, and it instantly resonated to me. In short terms, I can say, I am soul. Not more, not less. I am soul.
And I would add this, with what I know about you, you are a man. You are a man. Because only a man could speak about the things that you did on the show. And that's the truth. Well, Constantine could too, but he hasn't been wild like you and me. Thank you, man. Love you. Love you. Yeah. Is there anyone else before we go into the next? Maybe tomorrow or the next day. Yeah. So I think we should turn on some music.
Yeah, dude.
What do you think? Maybe come in with something light, you know, like with I don't know, 90 beats a minute, you know, drop a little bass, work it up to where, you know, and maybe in about 20 minutes, everybody starts getting up and letting their hair down. And, you know, I'm not talking ecstatic dance. Nothing against people who don't wear deodorant, but every time I go to ecstatic dance, it stinks so bad I gotta leave right away. No, I'm talking about another type of energy. I'm talking about Solargy energy, this Holy Spirit energy, and we'll build it up a little bit and maybe do a little dancing and see how, you know, where we want to go with it. What do you think? All right, y'all ready? Ty's ready. So I had this little thing, right? And I think it speaks to what we've all been talking about, what you both represent, and the people that came up here, and all of us. You know, I remember being on the street and writing the words that pain was my friend. And I didn't understand it, and the humans still felt it. But I have a very loving relationship with what we used to call pain. It's not the same anymore. The rules have been changed. But anyway, about 3 months ago I wrote this. So if you would allow me, I'll share it with you. My pain is growing gently. I take this space from me. That's what I say every day. What is it to be satisfied? I know the light is growing stronger, and it's coming back in our songs, yeah. Learned humiliation and humility are one. Servitude birth freedom in the end. To live a little longer is fine with me. Every day's a soul's beneficiary. There's only me in this holy darkness. Bleeding shadows to my past. Eventually we'll know the space we heed. Liquid, golden, white light frequencies. The sun is shining a little brighter today. My heart and mind's collapsing to one. I love you in the ice, I love you in the flames, yeah. A million times, a million new discoveries. Trusting freeze, you can believe. Moving dreams of love simplicity, it's a beautiful symphony. Orchestration, soulgasmic, come on now, let's get down. We are one soul nation, we are creators, we are creation, yeah. And our name is love, our name is love. Our name is Your turn. Seriously, if anybody would like to come up and harmonize or do a little spiritual conscious rap, come on now. Otherwise, we'll just speed up the music and see if anybody wants to dance, turn down the lights, and see what happens. Let's dance. Somebody said let's dance. Wait a minute, let's give her credit. One last thing before we start to that part of it. Vanita came from Chicago. Vanita has an incredible podcast. She's one of those, like Kristen, like so many others that are stepping up and just doing it, being it, right? Get up here. Come here. We're going to dance. You're going to have to start the dance out. You got to start the dance. You got to show us through the dance what you do on your show. Oh, here we go. We got another one here. Allison Clausen, 71, years young, drove all the way here from Michigan. I tried to give her a hug the other night, but she didn't have any pants on. I don't know what that's about. Anyway.
I got them on now.
She didn't get out of the car, so I'm okay. All right. Anyway, are you going to dance there? Come on now.
All right, just for the record, for anybody that watched that live that happened, I said I would belly dance, but he promised he would dance wearing Speedos. So you better be ready tomorrow, Todd, if you don't have your Speedos today, because I'm ready to.
Did I say that? Oh, shit. Holy crap. So you're going to belly dance? Are you going to have like the ching, ching, ching and all that and the little outfit on and all that? No, if you don't have that, I'm not putting any Speedos on. I'm telling you that right now. The best thing you're going to get out of me is boxers. That's about it. Okay?
I will get the
Okay. Oh, she's got it. Okay. What am I talking about? I'm not cheering for you. I'm trying to make it not happen. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for being transparent. Make this stuff up. Hey, y'all. Let's just hang out. Whatever you want to do. There's still food back there. And we've got this wonderful guy that's going to come out tomorrow. He's from Nepal. He's the guy making the food. He makes it with love. He does it because he wants to. And so, yeah, there's a tip jar there for him. And he'll be here tomorrow. So, all right. I don't know. This is Solargy. Could be 2 o'clock. Could be 3 o'clock. No, I think probably 2 or 3. Right, Ty? 2 o'clock. Ty says 2. Ty is the maestro. 2 o'clock. All right. Thank you, Ernestine Day.
fast, walking slow, coming back to me. Through my soul, through my heart, I am talking to. Oh yeah, tie on. The beats coming from the soul. He's getting the guitar to spread out some energies around the world. Coming through the street on this place where light and dark energies collide. Coming through the soul transmuting. Thinking about the brother Robert. Heavens, how he's rapping. Coming through like the energies. Everything is like the energies flowing through the universe, through the stars, sun, moon, everything. Combining everything together, that's the purpose. Combining, merging, that's the purpose. Like dancing, moving body, hands, feet. Jumping, brain and heart, feet. Keep going, yeah.
Everything
people. I'm getting used to it, yeah. I thought about singing here, yeah. The nervousness is like dissolving itself. Every color shining through my eyes. More than a rainbow, what could be in a soul? Ask maybe yourself is what are you extracting from everything? Yeah. The sky is full of clouds like the mind is in a thought. Says the brother trapper hall, say blue mind sky, you are the blue sky, yeah. The thoughts are just clouds of passing by, sometimes in storms, but every storm's passing always by, and you are still on the moment. You are the blue sky, remember that. You are the blue sky, remember that. You are the blue sky, and your thoughts are flowing by like a cloud. Yeah, getting round, barefoot on the ground, balancing energies like an aura field. When you go in the forest, smelling the trees' fragrance, smelling the flowers' fragrance, smelling everything with nature's gifted all around us. Everything is getting around through the lungs and through yourself. Flowing with time about the speaker's mind. I don't wanna curse now. Nearly. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you. Something from my soul as I write it down today, as I was sitting there, listening to the Sister Ernestine as she played and created music, her music, I will say. For me, it's her soul shining through. Being here, it's like a dream come true. Nearly unreal, amazing, out of my body, grounding, outer space, crazy. Who was I to think I was the strongest, wisest, the only one who was like that, alone in this world, who is like that, developed like that. Deep in my soul, I knew I was not alone, like that. I love it. Why not? How could you not love it? I believe, I know that everyone will understand it energetically. It doesn't matter in what language I am telling this. Durcheinander. Wenn du durcheinander bist, erinnere dich, dass alles seinen Grund hat. Selbst dass du Selbst das Durcheinandersein bedeutet nicht, dass man etwas nicht kann. Es ist der Beweis, dass du Harmonie hast. Denn ohne das, dass du durcheinander wärst, würdest du nicht wissen, was Harmonie ist, wie sich Harmonie anfühlt, wie man zur Harmonie kommt. Sag dir einfach Harmonie.
The soul, it grows in time. Said the soul, it's yours and mine. We live in this creation. We live in time, and this life in this creation shines. It shines for you and me. It shines for all say.
Gotta feel it, gotta feel it.
This song sounds like a last letter, but it isn't, so don't be worried. I always say, when my time comes, my time comes, my time's arrived.
I wanna live a little longer.
I'm gonna taste every moment of my life.
My soul is growing stronger.
Even if a person kills me, maybe I have deserved it, but I'm gonna taste every moment of that life.
Living is the freedom, it's the gift and the prize. Time to come down, this Kundalini energy emphasizing I am soul. Time to come alive. Let your soul shine. Let your soul shine.
Let your soul shine bright like a star. Let your soul shine. You are as bright as the brightest star.
Even if I die of another's hand because I spoke the truth, I want to be honest with me and others like they were to me. Pure honesty, pure honesty heals the mankind. That's my perspective, that's my reality. Oh, hey, hey. That's my reality. That's my reality. When it comes to this realization that honesty frees your soul. La 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 la.
chime in with you. I doing a commercial for freedom now.
Compassion, compassion for creation. We're all the same relation. Every story and station. We are one soul nation. Sister, let me hear you.
We are soul. We are love. We are soul. We are
Now it's your turn now.
our soul. Our soul. That's the reality. I am. We are soul. We are soul. Everybody, we are soul. That's everybody's a star. Everybody is a star. Everybody's a star.
Coming from every corner of the world, gathering here to do the same thing, express themselves, love, share, experience. That's why we're here. I'm trying to get used to it, to how I sound. Share your love to the world. Show what you got, everything inside. When you want to say it, say it, say it out loud. We want to hear it, want to feel it, want to experience your energy, your expression inside of you and me and everything around me. You and me and everything around me, connected to the universe, to me, to everyone, to the sky and the earth middle, yeah. Light and darkness merge, yeah, like the sun and moon switching up, yeah. Gotta embody both things, merging together, not a separation. We gotta end separation, coming together. Many
many of our brothers and sisters said it before. The lesson of our brothers and sisters have listened to this, but coming back after a big destination outside themselves. Coming back to me, coming back to you, everyone together, one. Everyone together, one. Everyone together, one. Just feel it, express it, and feel it inside you and me and you and me. Everybody around us being sitting right here, I can feel them. They supporting us, they're supporting us with the universe. Like a brother said, the universe is big, very big. Shout out to the brother Luca.
Lucy from Central Texas, triple golden X's. Come on down to Soul Street, where all the people meet. Bring your voice, you know you don't have a choice. We wanna hear your fire coming through. Here you come now, elemental galactic being, cosmic weirdo, but you're just like us. Don't you know we told the Matrix we had enough? Show enough, show us what you got. You inspire us to the highest mood.
You want me to show you what I got? I don't even know what I'm about to say, but I need my girl Angie over here on the micro. I need you, you're my sidekick, yo. I need you. Oh, I can't move. Sorry. I like to move. Okay, well, let's talk about beautiful love. How about that? Beautiful love is that instant love. Make me wanna give you a hug. Beautiful love is that I love you no matter what. Beautiful love is that it's not about a competition, it's about comprehension. Beautiful love is that I feel comfortable in my own skin. I could be myself. Beautiful love, you are beautiful love, you are beautiful love, you are beautiful love, we are beautiful love, we are love, we are soul, we are love, we are soul, you are beautiful love is that instant love. Make me wanna give you a hug. Beautiful love is that I love you no matter what. Beautiful love is that it's not about a competition, it's about comprehension. Beautiful love is that I could be myself. I feel comfortable in my own skin. Beautiful love, we're all beautiful love. I just wanna give you a hug. Beautiful love, you are beautiful love. Oh, she's taking me. I'm sorry. How about this is one y'all can say with me? It's just 4 simple words, but you say it over and over again. And it goes, peace, love, justice for all humanity, peace, love, justice for all humanity. Why you mad at me? I'm just pointing out what you don't Why you mad at me? Why you mad at me? I'm just pointing out we're all part of the peace, love, justice for all, humanity, peace, love, justice for all, humanity, peace, love. You are beautiful love.
Beautiful love, beautiful love, beautiful love. You are beautiful love, beautiful love.
Beautiful love, humanity, walking the soul's path. Don't be afraid to be yourself. Beautiful love.
Be yourself.
Beauty is within.
Beautiful love. Beautiful love. Beautiful love. Beautiful love, beautiful love.
Beauty is within the soul. Beauty is in how we grow. I'm so and so are you. I'm gonna end it, Todd. Good. No, okay. 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 Here we go. Let me find it here.
Disengage. So 20, Willow Love, Angie Love, Lady Love, many other names, came into Solargy in 2014, and I started doing Soul Speak music videos. And I knew on the 11th one, you want to sit down or you want to stand? Let's stand. All right. And on the 11th, I knew on the 11th one I was going to do like a collaboration with somebody else. It wouldn't be just me. You got to understand, I was coming out like speaking my words and then trying to sing and then rap and this and that. It was kind of scary. So my beautiful sister here, we met, and one night she said to me, I had this vision that we were doing this duet, and it was like awesome. So I had this thing happen on April the 23rd. That's the date that it happened. And my daughters, my two beautiful daughters are here tonight, left my house for good, right? And and I went down to the bathroom and I got my laptop out and I put it up. She sent me some vocals and I cried, man. I cried and 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 I cried. And then I turned that on, found some music to put behind it, and cut her words up of this incredible song that she had. And just in the spaces in between, made up my own words, right? Yeah, it was badass. So, I don't know. She knows the words, I don't. Oh, you don't know the words? Okay, well, then we're going to have to do something else. Freestyle. Okay. There's many misconstrusions of relationships and connections being defined by this old style paradigm. And in this holy darkness, we found out we are epiphany wine. Look at us now, we are so fine. But it's good to be back with you, my beloved sister. We went through the crucible and the crucifixions. We lied to each other, lied to ourselves, just like we did with every other playmate on the bottom shelf. When you can see each other naked to the soul, that's when you know you don't know nothing, but you're in a space of everything.
Thank you, brother, for holding me, for seeing me when I couldn't see myself. You said to me, I am so. I said, I'm so too. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Now let's shake our soul's ass, we said as we came together. We said let's shake our soul's ass, we don't care anymore, we're tired of hiding. We're tired of hiding. We smoke cigarettes, we smoke weed. We drink a little drink. We breathe. We cry, we weep. And we be who we are meant to be. Eternally, we see who we are beneath what they wanted us to believe. The lies we started to uncover one by one, connecting in and realizing there was more depth to eternity. We could really see love in the shadow, love in the shadow, love in all the things they told us we couldn't be, we could be. And together, we rose up, out of the ashes we rose up. It got a little bit galactic, but then it came down home, back into soul, back into the body, back into the earth. Who loves us, who we came here to express for her. We came here for her. Thank you, my brother, for reminding us why we came here to come together, to do it together. We do this together, not alone, never, 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 never alone. Sheantuku umama he anakia na shuku tuku umama na he ana anakia no shuku umama he ana tuku manaya he ana he. I know you, I know you, I know you. You said we were the first. grain of sand. Do you remember me? I remember you, your fellow grain of sand. Water, the sky.
You remember like a grain of sand across the universe. Freedom is the price we pay to be alive, and living from the soul is where we strive.
Hop into the spaceship. One. Hopping through the spaceship. Hopping on a spaceship. Hopping on a spaceship, flying through the stars. Like shining in the stars, coming back to the earth and to the sky. I lost the flow a little bit.
Hopping on a spaceship.
Yeah.
Traveling without moving.
Like the dragons flying to the sky, breath is coming out of our mouth, vibrating with my vibration from my voice. Yeah. The nature is listening. We are glistening through the sky, watching the universe coming back to us, shining through us, through our eyes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and it's true. Let's bop into the beat. Clearly see, you don't need any glasses to see inside a person, human being. It's super to be a human. It's nothing supernatural, it's natural.
The eyes of the window to the soul. Yes, your eyes are the windows to your soul. This is how we grow.
Green is shining through the forest. The green is shining through the forest. Our soul is like the soil. We gotta take care of it. Watch how it grows. Nurture it with love and everything that it's needed. I want to see my soul growing. I know that I'm growing, developing something new for the universe to observe. Maybe I can surprise the universe. I don't think so, because it's so big, watching me back, and I'm glancing back, saying hello. The universe's answer with love, saying back hello to me. Here, there's what I got for you, because you asked for it, you wish it, and I grant it to you. Yeah. Just gotta wish to the soul and you get everything you want. You gotta wish it through the soul and you get everything you want. I recommend to search for the love. Materialistic, you can get everything, but in my perspective it's not fulfilling. Like the soul's urge for love, we all search the same thing. We all want the same thing. It's simple, it's love. Love and harmony. Love, harmony, just say it through yourself. Just say to yourself, harmony. Feel it, live it, and you will get it. Get it?
Harmony through conflict. The way of the warriors within you.
My wings are spectral golden, spreading wide around the globe. If you believe it's a globe, then it is yours. I have my reality, honor your reality, coming back together without judgment. It's something special to me, man. I feel my energy goes out, but it can. I ask for it and I get it. I'm exhausted, but I keep going. I feel like breaking down, but I keep going. I don't care. I like to push my body to a certain point. I walked 3 hours around, came back enlightened, wiser in my bounds. In my skin, I feel comfortable, like I was getting here and cried out the soul, yeah. Thank you, Ty, for your beats, for your soul in the music for me. I am singing for the universe. You are playing for the universe. We are the universe. Feel the universe. Feel the universe inside of yourself, man. Gifted with a voice that touches soul, vibrating in frequency of love. I am thankful for this voice and I use it. I don't care what others think of me, man. I gotta learn to love myself. I don't care no more. I'm looking after myself and expressing myself, living life at its be, as it be, as it be. It's not my life because life is just happening. So go for it, yeah, go for it, go for it, yeah, go for it, go for it, yeah, go for life, go for life, go for life, yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Tell everybody good night.
So, with this, we're gonna end this for the moment. I believe I talk for everybody, but I don't want to talk for everybody. Like, everybody has its voice, his, her, him. Doesn't matter to me. But I say, from my soul, I wish you all the best. Well-being, love, and harmony. Be blessed.